Welcome everyone, Christine here with a new playthrough of Thronebreaker. You know, just to get the things that I may have missed, and to make certain other decisions, because I did regret some of the ones that I did ultimately end up making. So, shall we begin?
The year 1267. War hung in the air, its scent palpable. The mighty empire of Nilfgaard stood poised, greedily eyeing the northern realms just across the Yaruga. In light of the threat, the realm's sovereigns met in summit. They made declarations, pledged fraternal assistance, forged alliances, and then, in good spirits, dispersed. Among them, Meve, queen of the twin realms Lyria and Rivia. Know the name? Heard her beauty extolled? Justly so. Remarkable she was. Not for her graceful exterior, but for her persistence and courage. Where was I? As the queen and her retinue neared her capital, Count Caldwell appeared. In Meve's absence, the Count was to have helped her son, the youthful Prince Willem, run the Twin Kingdoms.
Alright then.
Caldwell had clearly ridden hard. Drops of perspiration dangled from his whiskers, his neck red and chafed from a ruff, starched stiff.
Hail, Your Majesty! Delighted to see you in good health. The summit, it ended fruitfully, I hope?
Yes, at its end letters were exchanged, documents signed. Paper. Time will tell of what value. That will suffice as cordialities go, Caldwell. Tell me what's happened, for I sincerely doubt sheer longing prompted you to ride out.
Indeed, Your Grace. Another circumstance inspired me to do so. The strays of Sparla, the bandits, I was to tend to during Your Grace's absence. The situation's gotten out of hand, I fear.
I deliberated. Wasn't at all certain in giving you the task. I knew you to be an equally good strategist as I am a shepherdess, so my intuition said no. Yet Reynard interceded on your behalf. Your Grace, they're common bandits, while the Count will have a host of men-at-arms to command. Next time, I shall trust my gut. All right, speak. What has happened? Be precise.
As Your Grace ordained. I set out and was nipping at the bandits' tails for long. We pursued for weeks, until scouts returned, having sighted the strays' camp in the forest near Lokeren. We waited for nightfall, to surprise them as they slept. Alas, it proved a ruse. We found the tents empty, straw-stuffed dummies round the fire. Soon, we learned that as we waited for the sunset, the strays had snuck away, rounded our positions and ridden to Hawkesburn.
I beg your pardon, my lord. The tax collectors. That is where they station.
So the gold? All of it?
It's stolen, Your Grace, but I shall do all in my power to recover it. This I vow, if it be Your Grace's wish.
After weeks in the saddle, Your Grace's wishes are modest. A hot bath and a night's sleep in her own bed. Yet, they shall have to wait. I must look personally to this matter. Your force, Caldwell, I will now command. You... send a herald to Hawkesburn. They must prepare for the Queen's arrival. Air the rooms, dust off the porcelain. Make certain they do it.
Okay.
Do you see now, Reynard? I believe I foretold it would be thus. My son wasn't ready in the least to rule an entire country.
I confess, Prince Willem has much to learn yet.
Yes. And very little time.
Well, welcome to Thronebreaker. The map is not available yet. Follow the cobblestone road. You know, the intro just feels a bit, I don't know, stiff, in particular with Caldwell.
Oh, thought it were bandits riding in.
Yeah. Well, wood.
Milka. They stretched her over a fire till she told him where she buried her gold.
Rather die than tell him she would. But I know where she kept it. Sit tight. sketch it out for you.
Alright then. Still no access to the... Okay. So, there's some treasure somewhere. What do we have here? Hold on. I was just checking that I have GOG open. Alright. Wood, gold, wood, gold. Issue axes and put them to work. Have the loggers sort the matter.
Count Caldwell rode at the column's head, scanning its flanks with a wary eye that, despite his advanced age, proved very sharp indeed.
Your Majesty! Bandits! There! At the tree line!
The Count's footmen, unaccustomed to escorting their queen, sought to shield her with their bodies and assumed a tight formation to do so. They were promptly knocked aside as Meve charged headlong at the bandits, brandishing her blade and bellowing a ferocious cry.
Attack! Charge!
Alright then. Meve was convinced the bandits would flee to the cover of the forest upon realizing their grave mistake. After all, no ordinary bandit. Yet the strays of Spala were different. They held nothing sacred. Okay. I don't need to hear this.
The bigger they are, easier they are to target.
To attack the Queen? An outrage!
Okay, yes.
Your Grace, the men await. You must lead to begin the attack.
Keep calm, Tiger. The strays took tail and run!
Yeah,
The chase is on!
nothing special. Whenever an enemy takes damage, boost.
This harvest.
Salt of the earth, they are, Your Grace. They'd follow you into fire. You need simply say the word.
Mm-hmm.
I shall teach you to respect the crown, you dogs!
Okay. And this turn?
Thing about
Look out! Seek cover! We are bombarded!
Nothing special.
give me a time.
Yes! Our victory is assured! Sound the horns! May they sing praises of this triumph for ages!
Yeah. Okay. Victory.
The battle's not yet done. It is better to conserve our strength. Prepare for a strike that will prove decisive.
Mm-hmm.
Battle formation! Protect the Queen!
My spirit's willing and how, but these damn boots are killing me. Hey? There's a time to reap, a time to sow, and a time to die.
Alright, and this turn, after I play these.
Ever have a storm knock out one of your teeth?
Okay.
I congratulate you on your latest victory, Your Grace. The bandits stood not a chance.
Bunch of bandits, nothing too serious. The strays of Spala.
Matters seem indeed to have gotten out of hand, to put it mildly.
Meve said, arms crossed atop her shining breastplate.
They've grown bold. Doubtless after the raid on the manor, the tax collectors. I've not heard of an ambush on the high road afore.
Caldwell explained, avoiding his liege's wrathful gaze.
Enough, Caldwell. We must put things right. Come!
The Queen's retinue set out, cavalry in front, infantry and arbalists close behind, and, following in the rear, the bandits, bound in chains.
Alright. Little does Meve know how all of this will end. A bit of treasure. Still no map.
I do adore this prospect.
Yes. Lyria, the Pearl of the North. With its hills and dales. Why, its beauty matched only by that of its queen.
After 3 weeks in the saddle, I've my doubts, Count. We shall pitch camp here. Our soldiers need respite. A spell of it they deserve.
Okay, yeah. Okay, get the level 2 tent. I've never been fond of the wagon cards, honestly. Okay, so Wagenbergs, ravine pikes, field medics. I can't really make much. Well, actually, I'm wrong. Dead wrong. Maybe I should. No, I have already enough arbalists for the moment. Lyrian scythes as well. Can't make drummers yet. I will eventually. Notes, okay.
A bit of respite, Reynard.
Yes. But if you've any new orders, Your Grace, I can be ready at any...
At ease, Reynard. At ease. Alas, I've come to fear Willem might simply not be cut out to be a king, let alone a good one.
A harsh judgment, Your Grace. Let's not be hasty. The prince is but 16 summers to him.
And is thus fully grown. The crown he should be able to bear at his age. Yet I left the land in his care for but a few months, and look what's become of it. Bandits roam and loot unchecked.
We might yet learn of mitigating circumstances. Events beyond his control.
Would that it were so, Reynard. Would that it were so. Elsewise we must hope Ancaeus will demonstrate more wit than his brother. Though I see little chance of that either. Don't you find it wearisome sitting alone? Wouldn't you prefer another's company? Swapping tales with the innkeep even?
Your concern I most appreciate, Your Grace. But I prefer silence.
Has it always been thus with you? Ever a man apart?
Quite the contrary, Your Grace. As a youth, I gloried in company, delighted in conversation.
So what was it that changed you?
That delight nearly cost me my head. But do you truly not know the tale, milady? How I came to be your departed husband's aide?
I don't, but would gladly hear it.
I had but 20 winters behind me when I enlisted. Yet I was granted the rank of lieutenant from the start, not by merit, but by birth. The respect of veteran officers, both my peers and seniors, that they could not grant, nor did I deserve it. To earn that respect became my driving aim, and to seem wise beyond my years, I began spouting off about the king's decisions. This maneuver Reginald botched, that he failed to think through, and yet elsewhere he'd blundered like a schoolboy.
Well, a brilliant strategist Reginald was not. They dubbed him the courageous, not the cunning, for good reason, I dare say.
It was not long before I was clanking about in shackles. Another officer had reported me. I was charged with lèse majesté. The court-martial took but a quarter of an hour to deliver verdict and sentence. I was guilty of treason, and the noose awaited me. But Reginald first stayed the execution, then ordered that I repeat every word I'd uttered about his person or deeds. Soaked with sweat, my voice cracking, I did as he ordained. Reginald listened, raptly and silently, and when I'd finished, he declared I was right. He then appointed me his personal aide. A clever lad like you, I can always use at my side.
Indeed. Though hardly sharp himself, wisdom in others Reginald both recognized and heeded.
It was then I swore two things. Firstly, never again to wag my tongue like a fool. Secondly, never to betray his trust.
And you never did. Know what he told me moments before he passed? Trust none of them, Meve, save Reynard. The old sod was right about that, at least. I thank you for sharing that tale, Reynard. Truly. It's time I attended to other matters.
Alright then. There are 10. Okay. So, workshop. There are things. First I'll get the outpost. Training ground. What do I need? Yeah, 500 wood. Alright. War wagon, trap. Resources won't be a problem though. Yeah, thanks for the map. It saves time and this game is tedious enough as it is. Okay. Hold on. Yep.
Is this what I pay taxes for? To be robbed along the high road, and in broad daylight no less? Were it not for mandatory merchant routes and stacking rights, why I'd have gone round, through Sodden. They told me, they told me, they told me, they told me. Lyria...
Alright then. A shrine. So many things to discover here. It's actually a pretty big map.
Gods of mercy! Whatever is this filth?
Necrophages. Drawn here by blood scent.
For such vile monstrosities to prowl the high roads of my realm, I won't allow it! Attack!
Okay then. Custom deck. Pilgrims, huh?
Fog in broad daylight, with the heat positively sweltering. Have we to do with some manner of sorcery?
We shouldn't exclude the possibility, my lord. And great caution we must exercise.
Reynard, what is this? Some spectre? A strigger?
I can't be sure, your grace. It's the first I've seen of any such... thing.
My spirit's willing and how, but these damn boots are killing me.
These carrion eaters. I know them. Appeared on my estate last spring, enticed by the corpses of those of my sheep that fell. Harmless at first. Until, that is, they fill their guts. Seemed to become quite powerful then.
Wonderful.
Fearsome they look, true. But they bleed just as we do. Onward! Slay the filth!
Give me a target.
Turn one.
So fortunate we routed the beasts before they had a chance to gorge.
Alright.
There's a time to reap, a time to sow, and a time to die.
Your Grace, yet more come.
They've filled their bellies, ma'am. This doesn't bode well. Oh no, not well at all.
Our ballista, your command.
Curses. Strong as steers they've grown. And they show no fear.
Frenzied, my lady. It's bloodlust. They lose all instinct to survive, feel no pain whatever. I've witnessed this before.
Your Majesty, we must give ground. Fall back. We can't win. Must minimize our losses. My queen, there is no shame in ceding the field when fortunes turn sour.
Yeah, sure. The last round then. This is just the tutorial section. If there's a skippable portion in this, it's... yeah, well, this one.
Victory must be ours now. We shall not retreat. Arms at the ready. Attack!
Yeah.
Look there. Yet another abomination.
Ugh, that stench. My salts. Where are my salts?
Armor won't save.
Not exactly ideal.
Her Majesty is exceptional.
Ha!
Okay, last enemy card. Alright, I'll be done here. There we go.
The beast hadn't a chance against us. Victory is ours.
Well, this was just the basic tutorial, right? I genuinely think this is one of those games that gets better later on. The more you play, the more you experience that kind of stuff. Alright. Gold, wood, gold, wood. In that case, gold. What I need is speed, just to be able to navigate the map faster.
Many trees we've felled, my lady. Might you have need of them, so? They call themselves strays. Well, we build a bridge. Do they know?
Alright, then going back to the camp. Yeah, I need more gold. I have the wood though. Hawkesburn. Alright, treasure up there. Bit more wood.
My lady, the masks they wear. Have you seen them? They've fangs, snouts, horns. Like a right proper nightmare. To raise an hand. Thank you for listening to this tired bag of bones. To raise an hand.
Soon, Queen and retinue arrived at Hawkesburn. The men stationed there they found standing at attention, baking under the blistering noonday sun.
Your Majesty, Count Caldwell.
Stand at ease, Sergeant, and report.
The local peasants we've rounded up in the yard, Your Grace. Expect they might have lent the bandits aid. Yet our courtesy hadn't inspired them. They haven't peeped a word. Might it please Your Grace to summon the hangman? He ties a noose for them, should have them jabbering right quick.
I'll speak to them first.
Your Majesty, for the Queen to question commoners, why, it's simply not proper.
Whom for? I shan't be stripped of crown and titles for it, so no impediment do I see. Lead me to them.
Bow low for your sovereign, Her Majesty, Queen Meve of Lyria and Rivia.
Ha' mercy, Your Grace. We bear no guilt, we simple folk.
Calm your hearts, good folk. Though your queen I may be, you are subjects, not slaves.
Meve extended a hand, the royal ring gleaming upon it. Unfamiliar with protocol, a pleb gripped it firmly and gave it a shake as hearty as a good scrub in the tub.
My, we shall be addressing one another by name afore long.
This is an outrage! Guards! Grab him!
I've all in hand, Caldwell.
Forgive me, Your Grace. I'm not accustomed, nohow.
Nonsense. You've a firm grip, a spry handshake, and a bold spirit I can respect. What do they call you, man?
Helmer, son of Florence.
Delighted, Helmer. Now understand me, man. I am in dire straits and in need of your aid. So please, answer my queries in full and forthrightly. The bandits, whom do they follow?
Him, milady. We've seen him. No name, just an odd title. The Duke of Dogs, they call him.
My, a blue-blood thoroughbred mutt. Where are he and his hounds bound? Did he say?
Thou recall, Imogen? What the name? A Gleeton or something?
Clayton. Lord Clayton. His estate lies to the south.
Sound the horns. Have the men form up. We march at once.
Milady! Arbor no ire for the Duke. He's a good man. Gave us proper brass for the welcome we gave him. Shared what grub he had.
Shut it, louts. The Queen's had her say. Your Grace, your orders. What are we to do with them?
Well. Press them in at the service, set the women free. I need soldiers right now.
The Duke of Dogs fed you, so you've strength enough to carry arms. And as he gave you coin, you've no need of pay from the realm's coffers. Sergeant, all men of 15 summers or more will join our ranks at once. They'll serve 5 years.
No, milady. No! 'Tis mere weeks to harvest. Who'll tend to fields?
Meve set off toward Lord Clayton's estate at a gallop, her mount knocking the peasants aside as it kicked up a cloud of dust. The folk of Hawkesburn spoke of the royal visit long after, albeit ever behind closed doors and in hushed tones.
It was reasonable, I think. I needed the men. Alright, notice boards. There's the cemetery, there's the monastery over there. Things to do, people to see, all that kind of stuff.
What is this?
Oh, that's just great. Gold or wood? I'll take that. Need the gold at the moment more than the wood. I need the training grounds to be operational. Spray a yeah. That is... Should we spare his life? Huh. Bad morale. But then again, morale is... kind of meaningless.
rumble. What is it?
Look out! Rock slide!
Okay. The battle with the rocks.
The bluff crumbles! Fall back! Save yourselves!
Your Grace, the wagon. We can use it as cover. Forward. We must move it forward.
What now?
You're far fewer than I presumed. Summon your comrades, damn it! Chop chop! Before I reach for my whip. Lyria!
One bolt.
Ha!
Give me a target. Armor won't serve.
The wagon! Use the wagon now!
We've come through, Reynard. I thank you.
Yeah. Very well then.
The walls of the temple collapsed. The buttress is doubtless damaged by something.
Or someone. There's naught we can do here. We ride on.
And we go up. To deal with the strays of Spala and whatever they're up to.
A peasant cart, loaded with a heap of hay, came rattling down the road from the opposite direction.
Clear the road!
Bellowed Count Caldwell, standing in his stirrups.
Make way for your queen!
The peasants obediently turned their cart into the roadside nettles. As she passed, Meve glanced towards it and froze. Atop the hay bale lay a badly wounded man gripped by fever. The thick, sweet stench of rot wafted from his bandaged legs.
Gods. Who did this to him?
Meve asked.
Bandits?
Nay, milady,
Replied the cartman.
'twere a beast. Out to the east, down Wetton way, lies a boneyard, old as the elves, they say.
The peasant continued.
Clayton was setting snares round about there. Came running back to us, drenched in blood, rattling on about a long-haired wench come climbing out a grave. We's taken him to the good sisters of Militi here on bridge. Perhaps they can help him.
I'm certain they can. And will.
Replied the queen. Though just looking at the wounded wretch, she knew he'd expire before nightfall.
God speed you on your journey.
The queen whistled, and her mare resumed its trot.
Shall I send for a witcher, your grace?
Caldwell asked.
One of those freaks should make short work of the monster.
Until we apprehend the bandits, I shan't allow a single soul to leave our company. Even on such an important mission as finding a witcher.
Meve replied.
Any who did would be captured at once. But, if fate brings us near Wetton, perhaps we'll see to this monstrous harridan ourselves.
Your grace, we've only just fought beasts and scarcely escaped with our lives. This she-beast will take a silver sword. Magic formulae.
Yet a dozen arbalists will have to suffice.
The queen said, calmly but firmly.
And please, Caldwell, do stiffen your spine a bit. Now onward.
She called them out. Alright. Now, enough of that tutorial. Okay, I am going to go up there, though I will not do everything. Hold on. There's more monsters over there. Puzzle battle. Should be good. Eliminate all the drowners. Do not let any allies die.
One bolt's all I need. Give me a target.
Got any victuals? Hungry like a wolf, I am.
Oh yeah, killed the... Alright then.
Ballista, your command.
What was the solution here? Oh.
One bolt's all I need.
Mm-hmm. All right.
Give me a target.
Can't take it anymore.
Well, we need to restart, try again, and do this the right way.
One bolt's all I need.
Can't take it anymore.
There we go. Yeah, that was easy. Once again, we survive by the skin of our teeth. A treasure map. It's in the field over there. That's locked.
Kneel and pay homage to the gods. You shall be rewarded. Militi watches over us all. Yet you do well to remark, pleased to see ye. There is ever time for prayer.
Alright then. So, up the gate is smashed over here.
Travelling the high road, they heard the bells of a temple to Mother Militi, situated at some distance. Meve turned towards Reynard.
What have we today? A sacred feast?
Not that I recall, Your Grace.
The Queen's brow darkened, her hands clenched into fists on her reins.
Then they sound the alarm. Follow me!
Stained glass shards glinted in the grass. Bits of down, ripped from quilts, wafted through the air. The priestesses, gathered in the yard, were seeing to wounded pilgrims, setting toppled, oft beheaded or armless statues back on their feet.
What happened here?
The strays of Spala fell upon us.
Sighed the prioress.
Stole the offerings, the monstrances, holy books. My lady, I implore you, come to our aid, recover what's rightly ours.
Ever clever, Meve's scouts soon discovered the bandits' tracks. They led to some thick hazel groves east of the temple. The perfect place to hide, or to lie in ambush.
It's all come clear now. Sabotage. 'Twas the bandits who weakened the walls.
The good mother warned. The good mother. The dead as they rest. The dead. Your Majesty, turn! The dead. The dead. The dead as...
Alright, puzzle. Another one. What fate awaited Lyrian's people? We got one each of... yeah.
Can't take it anymore.
Mm-hmm.
Lyria! One bolt's all I need. Give me a target.
If you insist. What? Who dares?
Our ballista, your command.
Can't take it anymore.
Our ballista, your command. Armor won't save them.
Lyria!
Time I taught you some respect.
One bolt's all I need. Give me a target.
Our ballista, your command.
Yeah, weakening them to 1 point. Okay, maybe not rely on this, actually.
One bolt's all I need. Give me a target.
Our ballista, your command.
Time I taught you some respect.
Armor won't save them.
Lyria!
Mm-hmm.
One bolt's all I need.
Yeah, necrophages.
Your Majesty, here it's...
Okay then.
Your Majesty, may them.
Yep. So I recovered from my dastardly deeds, so to speak. Anyway, into the temple. Or what remains of the temple of Militi.
Wheel ruts. The strays, no doubt. They must be nearby.
Probably so. No, I won't deal with them right now. I will deal with them, just not right now at this very moment.
To ravage statues of the good mother, how dare they? To ravage statues of the good...
Okay. Yes, there is something over there that I shall deal with. Alright, coin enough. Now, what for do I care so much about this? Well, the short answer is simple. Yep. The regiment drummers. What do we have here? A locked place. There's the key. And there's my golden chest. Golden because... Well, the reason I got gold in that particular scenario is because is due to the fact that I already had yeah, a couple of regiment drummers should be useful. Just one more for a moment. Oh, right, I'm already past the max. That'll do. I have zero fucking need of that. I mean, it's useful in some circumstances, I just prefer the precision. I'm not dealing with that right now. Though I will open the way. There's a little reason. What's this? Okay, a great monster awaits. Standard battle behind the wall. Yep. Yeah, whatever, I'll go with this.
Take it anymore.
Alright, I still have one more turn. So,
Ours is not to reason why.
maybe I should get more Rivian pikes.
Armor won't say.
Ouch.
Lyria!
Alright. Well, their resilience will be a bit frustrating.
Left, right, left, right. Again and again and again.
One bolt's all I need. Give me a time.
Oh, crap.
Army's a waste of time for one like me.
Alright, it will consume the lowest unit. Alright, I'm gonna play Caldwell.
A lesson in humility coming now.
My spirit's willing and how, but these damn boots are killing me.
Okay, next up.
Company! Forward march!
A time to reap, a time to sow, a time to die.
Alright, play that loyalty. Well, getting past 100 is gonna be tricky for them.
Aye.
No, I think the field of battle will be filled by eggs by the end of it.
Ah, should have listened to me old lady.
Eggs are plenty.
This harvest, we'll be reaping black-clad heads.
Okay. That did it. A victory. The Wyvern is defeated. Go to Lord Clayton's estate. Alright, that opens the door. Nice movement, Meve. There is one thing I want to do. And that's to get the Forager's Quarters and maybe the Herald's Study after that. Those are the biggest priorities because you can get... It just... Like, there's so many battles in this game that playing with that, is playing to your strength. Now, I still have that particular portion over there. Now... Things to do. I'd forgotten how slow Meve can be, though. Okay. Wait, wasn't it... Yeah? There we go.
Off to Wetton, are ye? Bonnie tune that.
As they neared Wetton, the Queen ordered her company to halt. She then sent men to the town for supplies. Those sent returned more quickly than she'd assumed they would, their satchels empty, their mounts foaming at the mouth.
Your Majesty, the townsfolk have gone right mad. Herded all the elves and dwarves to Market Square. 'Tis a slaughter.
The Queen knew well that if she failed to intervene, the town's streets would flow with non-human blood. Just as she knew her meager force might not subdue an enraged crowd.
What is your command, your grace?
Reynard's question pierced the silence.
What can it be, dear friend?
Answered the Queen, then spurred her mount and rode off towards the town. Her troops followed, running as fast as their legs would carry them. When they passed inside the town gate, they saw corpses lining the gutters. Meve realized she had arrived too late to prevent a tragedy. The crowd was drunk on blood. Its rage would need to be quelled with an iron fist.
Alright then, we fight and we slaughter the peasants, put them in their place, so to speak. Puzzle battle. Eliminate all the foes.
Step away, or see your heads bounce down the cobblestones! Reynard, who started this? I must know. So much hatred. We must put a stop to it.
Got any victuals? Hungry like a wolf, I am.
Sure.
Discipline shall bring us. Strike the largest clusters. Disperse them up.
Oh, I screwed up. Right. So I needed to move those guys over there.
Step away, or see your heads bounce down the cobblestones!
Mm-hmm.
Reynard, who started this? I must know. So much hatred. We must put a stop to it.
Yeah.
Can't take it anymore.
Discipline shall bring us. Strike the largest clusters. Disperse them up.
Yeah. There it goes. The mob is gone.
Happily, Meve restored order without suffering any losses. Reynard then learned that a nobleman's ire had triggered the violence, ire at having discovered a theft.
Suspicion fell on the non-humans he employed. He accused them, they protested, and the row soon engulfed the town. But there's something else, your grace.
Reynard gestured towards an aged man who stood grieving, his face in his hands.
I've witnesses who claim the strays of Sparla are the thieves.
Though the tragedy seemed the result of a misunderstanding, justice would have to be served. Those responsible for the slaughter would need to be punished. The question was, how severely?
You are guilty. That can't be denied,
said the Queen, turning towards the bloody rioting's instigators.
A false rumor you took, and turned into a cruel lynch. Thus punishment is your lot. A public lashing, fines, imprisonment. But you shall keep your lives, for enough blood has been spilt here this day.
Wetton's inhabitants breathed a sigh of relief. But the non-human survivors took offense at the lenient sentence. Soon after, the Lyrian army's elves and dwarves quietly disappeared, deserted. Few doubted the reason. They would not risk their necks for a queen who held their lives in such low regard.
They should have stayed put neath their mount. We'd not have... They should have stayed put neath...
Well. Well.
Alright then. Hello there.
The Lyrians entered the graveyard. Crickets chirped in its tall, windswept grass, and lush green moss covered its crumbling gravestones. Only a fresh bloodstain upon a mausoleum wall suggested that something disturbed the dead in their rest and hunted the living.
Save your tears, throw off your grief.
An eerie voice sang, its ghastly lament standing Meve's hair on end.
Soon your life too shall cease as you pass into the eternal glow.
A pockmarked, pustule-ridden creature crawled out from behind some gravestones. It vaguely resembled a shriveled, hunchbacked hag, until its head split into two halves, forming a tooth-spiked maw.
Attack! Everyone!
Everyone attack! No mercy. Yeah, kill the grave hag. A mourner, huh?
My spirit's willing and how, but these damn boots are killing me.
Damage all units on the road by 4.
There's a time to reap, a time to sow.
Okay. Hmm. 2 turns for the lowest unit. Destroy the lowest units. Huh.
There's a time to reap, a time to sow, and a time to die. Lyria! Aye. One gold I need.
Time I taught you some respect.
Give me a time. Our ballista at your command. Armor won't say.
There we go. Yep, that sorted that out.
What was that filth?
The queen croaked hoarsely as the dying monster writhed in agony at her feet.
I know not, your grace,
replied Reynard.
But to be safe, I would have the corpse chopped up and burned. Elsewise, we will not be certain it shall not return.
Yes, have it done.
Meve said, brushing her hair from her beaded brow.
But quickly, lest dusk catch us in this foul place.
The Lyrians soon resumed their march. As they left the cemetery behind them, some believed they still heard the haunting dirge upon the air. Or was it just the wind, whistling past mossy tombstones?
I don't know. I have a warhammer anyway. Which was worth it. Okay. Right, gotta deal with the strays of Spala. That's the cave where Ike goes to kill the manticore. Quite a lot of shit to do, right? Alright then, so upgrading wise, I'm gonna go and see. The one thing I need is the cartographer's table, but that also can wait. The big thing that I did get was the gold per battle. That's gonna be very useful over there. Alright, recruits.
Beware. Saw bandits on thy road round Dawn. Those that call themselves the Strays. Those bandits, dressed as demons they was, horns on their heads and pig snouts instead of noses. Beware, beware, saw bandits on thy road round Dawn. Those that call themselves the...
Alright, I need to go around then. Though... The strays do not concern me too much, that is. What was the way, though? I mean, I don't see a... There is no way up. Not there, at least.
They should have stayed put beneath their mount. We'd not have had no problem then.
I've forgotten how exactly you got there. Oh, right. I see. Still, the... Is it through the woods over there? Might be, might not be. Alright, south.
Off to the nuptials, ma'am. Or to cross this bridge here. Then ride on straight as piss. An arrow. Off to the... I'm bringing... The hunt!
Alright then. Keep going.
Smells of smoke. Bites at my eyes. Strays have set something else ablaze, I wager. The Queen rides hither.
That does it. There's my treasure. Bit of wood. I may end up needing wood more than gold, because I do get gold from every battle on that. How very nice of the game developers to give you... What was the way? I legitimately have fucking forgot. I very much doubt it's through there. Alright. Here. There's a path. And there's a merchant over there. Okay, so I can get 200 wood, or... yeah, I'd say that's probably more worth it at this particular point. For me, at least. I mean, 100 wood for 300 or so gold, yeah, that's a worthy trade-off, I think. Meve, the cow herder. Once she gets tired of being queen, that's what she'll do. She'll herd the cows, eliminate the deranged cow. Destroy the lowest cow. If there's multiple, damage only one of them by one instead.
Again and again and again.
Lyria! Company! Forward march! I'm coming.
Nope. Oh, damage the lowest one by.
Army's a waste of time for one like me.
Our ballista, your command.
Her Majesty is exceptional.
Armor won't save him.
Oh, right, it's damaging the...
Right, left, right.
Lyria!
One bolt's all I need.
Discipline shall bring us victory! Here's late. Again.
Give me a target.
Again and again and again.
Oh, right, I probably need to use the regiment drummer.
Give me a target.
We must trust each other! Oh, Rivia!
Our ballista, your command.
Army's a waste of time for one like me.
Ah!
Oh. Move a card in your deck to the top. Hold on.
Again and again and again.
Ours is not to reason why.
Discipline shall bring us victory!
Give me a target. Marble is to your command.
Yeah, I simply require the use of my weapon. Alright, decoy card. Not that it was really needed over there. Hold on a second.
Good folk, the Queen's returned. Welcome her we must. Tribute in hand. Ups, ups. Folk. Ups, ups, merry little plant. Weddings without ye.
Okay then.
Meve's ear suddenly caught brisk music and voices raised in song. She had no doubt. A wedding ceremony had just begun in a hamlet just off the high road. When the bride's father spotted the royal retinue, he rushed up to beg the Queen to bless the newlyweds. Meve obliged cordially. Encouraged, the father boldly invited Meve and her court to join in the festivities.
You do us a right honour, my lady. And your men would bolster their strength afore to march ahead. We beg ye, eat, drink and rejoice with us.
I haven't slippers to dance in, but I trust I'll manage somehow. Lead on, good man.
The nuptials took place in the shade of a vast oak tree. Then the newlyweds and their guests walked in procession to a barn adorned with flowers. An uproarious celebration ensued. As she watched her soldiers dance shoulder to shoulder with peasants, Meve felt a surge of pride at being their queen. The heart of Lyria. It beat most powerfully here, not in the gilded halls of palaces. Suddenly a cry went up as strange armed men rushed into the yard.
There's the lass! Grab her!
Before anyone could stop them, the bandits took the bride and fled into the woods. The drums and fiddles, suddenly silenced, were now replaced by weeping, moaning, angry calls for pursuit. Deep grief upon his face, the host turned to Meve with a plea.
Milady, we beg of you, help us!
Alright.
We'll not leave you wanting, good man.
Shouted the Queen, slipping her feet into her stirrups.
Follow me! Yeah!
The earth trembled beneath the weight of horse and hoof. Tankards laid out for a midnight toast to the bride and groom clinked prematurely in the quake, and the Lyrians charged forth into the dark wood.
To be young again, heart bursting with love.
Okay. So yeah, let's see what they've got uncovered. Give them their coin. It's a card. A good card. We'll get the bride. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Only so many though I can use there. Soon enough, I guess. I have plenty of coin. I shall get more. Alright, I think I've done most of what could be done over here. Of course, I'll sort the whole wedding debacle
Though the Lyrian cavalrymen had imbibed spirits throughout the night, they not only managed to stay upright in their saddles, but even gained on the bandits and cut off any chance of escape.
Stop them!
Can't take it anymore.
Ah!
Yeah! I'm coming, I'm coming. We'll catch them all!
Give me a time.
You mad? Don't shake that! They flee! We must stop them!
Our ballista, your command.
This could hurt! The chase is on!
Armor won't say.
Alright, a victory. I stopped them
Meve's
from...
troops defeated the bandits and rescued the bride. Only to be surprised. For the maiden fair dropped to her knees and burst into tears of sorrow, not joy.
Weep not, child.
The queen said, placing her arm upon her shoulder.
It's over. You're free.
Nay, not so, your majesty. Milady, I've no love for Jan. No wish to wed him. It's my father. My family forced me. My heart's fimbers. He arranged the masquerade. I beg ye, if you've 1 ounce of kindness, if you've a heart, let us leave this place together and free.
Oh, I've a heart,
Answered the queen.
yet I've also a head with which to reason. Your beloved spilled blood this day. A grave crime. He shall answer for it. While you, my dear, must go home.
Upon spotting the queen returning with the bride, the revelers ran out to meet them. Not wishing to rile the crowd, Meve revealed the truth of the matter solely to the newlyweds' families. They, in turn, annulled the freshly made union and, in gratitude for her aid, gave the queen all the gifts the guests had brought.
Alright then. Lyrian Merlet. My troops didn't like that. Holy crap, they were happy. It's like, ooh, you actually... You'd think a bunch of peasants would be more, in a sense, pragmatic. Just saying. But you never know. Boost the lowest ally. Yeah. Okay. No. I'm not interested in that. Yes, this will be useful to an extent, obviously. Recruits and gold.
You spy that column of smoke? Gods damn it! Make haste!
As the Clayton estate appeared from behind a tree line, the Queen and all in her retinue knew at once they had arrived too late. A veritable swarm of bandits milled about the yard.
Who have we here? I'll take a gander, lads. The Queen herself has deigned to come and see us.
See you, then kill you.
The strays of Sparla? 'Tis you who lead them. 'Tis you they call the Duke of Dogs.
Aye, 'tis I they dub so. And in other pleasant ways. Prince of Pariahs, Thane of Thieves, Baron of Brigands, and Marquess of Mendacity.
Colourful titles all, yet you omit one. Common cutthroat!
I beg your pardon and cry foul! I am anything but common.
You needn't get excited, Caldwell. Where is Lord Clayton?
Sadly, my lord's no longer with us. Turned us away, you see. Denied us hospitality. A sacred right, after all. Angered the gods mightily, I expect, as he promptly met a tragic end. Fell in the well and broke his neck.
I've heard enough. To arms! Attack!
Gascon, how lovely to see you again. Okay, me soldiers. The battle will only last one round. Okay. I'd say it's okay enough.
Oh, lads! What say we throw this Queen a ball?
The chase is on!
Again and again and again.
Ow!
Army's a waste of time for one like me.
I'm coming, I'm coming.
Watch your heads!
Stand back! 'Tis some alchemical concoction!
Give me a target.
Well, well. My congratulations.
There's a time to reap, a time to sow, and a time to die.
Catch!
No time for that!
Our ballista, your command.
Go, hop, hop!
Alright.
We got a job to do.
Oof, that's bad.
Left, right, left, right.
Company! Forward march!
Lyria!
Ah!
Again and Again.
Well.
What? Who dares?
You can try to win them all, but you won't.
Alright. Duke of Dogs, you're done.
Aye.
Victory. Not...
Bravo,
Yeah.
Your Grace. Well played.
I can't say the same for you, I fear. You'd have done better to die in battle. Bound for Lyria now, where the hangman will have his way with you.
Splendid! I've ever wished to see the capital.
Quite certain of yourself, you seem.
Many afore you have braided nooses for me, Your Grace. Yet as you see, my neck's straight as a pike.
My threats are never hollow. And if it's an escape you weigh, well, we've yet to see any man abscond from the dungeons of Lyria Castle.
I'd hope so. For to be known as second just wouldn't be worth the trouble.
Ugh. Take him away.
As soldiers placed the Duke of Dogs in shackles, there was a sudden commotion. A messenger rushed in, sweaty, gasping for air, smelling of smoke and blood. His gaze spoke terror.
Your Majesty, Graces, Nilfgaard's crossed the Yaruga. Black-clad hordes. Villages burn. Folk lie murdered.
Nilfgaard! Gods help us!
They march for Dravagrad. Prince Willem, he can't hope to arrive in time with aid. Help us. You must.
Dravagrad. Blast it all. Listen close, soldier. You're to take a fresh mount, ride hard back to your commander and say the Queen comes to repel the foe.
Your Grace, begging your pardon, our force. We aren't many. Let's send for reinforcements first, elsewise...
Reynard, I've seen Nilfgaard's trebuchets at work. Should we delay until we're stronger, they'll leave no stone standing in Dravagrad. We must ride for the town at once.
As her men prepared to march, Meve climbed the manor's tower. Smoke rose in columns in the distance. As more black pillars appeared one after the other, she knew they meant another home, another barn, another mill was in flames. Tears welled in her eyes, yet they were tears of anger.
Bastards. If it's war they seek, it's war I shall bring them. Reynard, prepare to ride!
Indeed. The Rivian...
First bandits, now this. Misfortune does indeed come knocking twice.
In hobnail boots, tramping upon my land. Nilfgaard shall regret this. I swear on all that is sacred and blessed.
Oh, don't mess with Meve. She'll have your head for dinner. Okay, yeah, I need to go around, basically. What is this?
Suddenly, Meve's force found itself marching straight towards a Nilfgaardian company. To the Queen's surprise, the invaders did not immediately assume battle formation. They proceeded instead in her very direction without a sign of panic. The man leading the Nilfgaardians was clad in rich robes. He exuded pride and the scent of musk.
I am Traern var Vdifir, Your Majesty. I was asked to present your esteemed grace the ultimatum of the forces of the Empire of Nilfgaard.
The envoy cracked the seal on a scroll, unfurled it, took a deep breath, and began to read.
I, General Ardal Ebdahi, demand the immediate and unconditional surrender of Lyria and Rivia. Elsewise, I will burn down every city, town, village, and temple, place all your subjects in chains, and your armed men, defeated and captured, I will hang along the roadsides as a warning to all others in the barbarous north.
As the final threat echoed in Meve's ears, the envoy put away the scroll and stood waiting for her answer, a mocking smile on his face. He allowed himself this insolence, believing the immunity accorded diplomats would shield him from any form of royal ire.
Not this time.
His Excellency speaks true. We Nordlings are barbarians, without exception,
Answered the Queen. Though her voice was calm, most of those listening shuddered inside.
We neither hold nor honor the standards of the civilized world. Among them, the immunity of envoys. At the...
Asshole. Alright.
This is savagery! Barbers! Do attack an emissary!
Yes, well, you shouldn't have pissed me off.
Left, right, left, right.
So, which card do I want to play? I guess the pikes.
Pays late. Again.
Hold on. Yep. I need to use the wagon in this case. Yep.
This is savagery! Barbers! Do attack an emissary!
Yes, well, you shouldn't have been an arrogant asshole. This is Lyria. And Lyria insulting the Queen is tantamount to suicide, as I'm sure you will learn here enough.
An army's a waste of time for one like me.
Alright, put the planks.
Rivia!
Mm-hmm.
My lady, your majesty, you must stop this!
Must I?
We must trust each other.
This harvest will be reaping black-clad heads.
Must I truly?
Her Majesty is exceptional.
One gun's all I need. Give me a target.
Okay, that didn't work. Hold on.
This is savagery! Barbers! Do attack an emissary!
Ha!
Again and again and again.
Oh, Rivia!
My lady, your majesty, you must stop this!
Her Majesty is exceptional.
This harvest will be reaping black-clad heads.
An army's a waste of time for one like me.
Our ballista, your command. Armor won't serve.
Alright.
The envoy's escort crumbled beneath the onslaught of Meve's Lyrians, who grabbed the emissary and brought him before their queen. Robes torn and head blooded, he no longer exuded imperial pride.
Your Grace, what would you have us do with this pompous arse?
I think I'll take him in irons.
I want him shackled in iron collar and manacles. To the capital we shall take him, and in the castle dungeon he shall taste of northern hospitality.
The envoy's jaw opened, but no sound, no protest came forth. The queen's irate stare drilling into him, he simply swallowed audibly. Traherne var Fetifir, usually silver-tongued, remained utterly silent the rest of the way to the capital.
Like a beaten dog. I'm all for diplomacy and respecting the envoys, but he annoyed me, so... Besides, I wanted to improve the morale of my men. Yeah, why not? Recruits. Okay, there's treasure over here. A battle. Alright, the Nilfgaardians will put up a fight, why not? Time to deal with them. I really have no need of that potion, honestly. It's kind of useless, whatever.
Left, right, left, right.
Maybe I should use the broadsword.
This harvest will be reaping black-clad heads. One boat's all I need.
Okay. Caldwell. There we go.
Off to the front yet again.
My spirit's willing and how, but these damn boots are killing me.
Valerian
Must be an
Sipes.
important lesson in this.
Boost
But
by
what?
self by 6.
Give me a target.
Alright, damage an enemy by the number. Yep. He passed. Next. Alright, I'll play the regiment drummers.
Again and again and again.
101, 102, 103.
Arbalista, your command.
An army's a waste of time for one like me.
Alright then.
152, 154.
Pays late. Again.
Maybe more Lyrian,
Time I taught you some respect.
Left, right, left, right.
Scrubbing duty again?
Yeah.
Oh, gods.
Honestly, the worst are the
Time to
standard
reap,
battles.
A time to sow, not a time to die.
Nilfgaardian recruits. They leave a lot to be desired.
Yeah! Yeah!
Alright. I haven't even let them put any cards on the table. Okay. Give an order.
Company! Forward march!
Guardy veterans. Hungry like a wolf, I am.
Aye.
Black Infantry Arbalest. Whenever an ally appears, gain 1 charge. I don't know what's up with the AI. I think it really does struggle. Ooh. Nasty. Okay. Now then. I've gotten better at playing this game. I've also been playing it somewhat in the arena. And then the thing about the arena is, about Gwent, is that you get used to just playing with a bunch of random cards. To an extent, you have to. You don't get like a nicely packaged pre-built deck in those kind of situations. And to be fair, I prefer the arena versus building my own deck and playing on it kind of evens the playing field to an extent. Not perfectly, because it's like random chance whether or not you can build a good deck. Dravagrad. Why not? That's the number of trinkets. I'm guessing I can upgrade completely. Yeah, Forager card though is kind of useless, but Artifact isn't so much. Alright. I need wood at this point. Gold won't be an issue. A siege awaits. Killing the emissary, I mean, slaughtering the emissary's bodyguard for his insolence is one thing. Killing the emissary is a bit on a different level, I feel. Honestly, I don't know what's up with the CD Projekt and their their early parts of their games. I guess they got burned with The Witcher 2 and the way they handled that. Which I feel Witcher 2 had the good intro. It's just like, well, people could go for the dragon. People got burned a bit, I guess, by the dragon and all that. because, for instance, although I do like White Orchard, the very initial part of that kind of leaves a bit to be desired. I'm not talking about the section in Kaer Morhen, to be clear. That's mostly fine. And now, with this, well, now with this, yeah, I should get that chest. And now with this, it's just like the very, half hour or so, very first half hour, this is actually cringy as fuck. It gets a lot better though very quickly. So it's like, like don't judge a game by the first half hour. Hell, don't judge this game by the first hour or so, or even the first map. Because it gets, like, legitimately, this is one of those titles that genuinely gets a lot better the more you play. Now, consume a unit from your graveyard. What? And boost your power. Boost self by free. All right.
Lyria! One bolt's all I need.
Give me a target.
Yeah, hold on. Yeah, it's a question of careful shooting. You need to use the Scorch, I think, too. Like, there are multiple ways, obviously, of beating these puzzles. So... and boost self by 3. It'll be 26. 21.
Armor won't save him.
Yeah, damage then. It will be 6 damage. Oh, bollocks. I should have just, yeah. Should have just damaged one of the ghouls, honestly. Right. So, play the Thunder.
One bolt's all I need.
Give me a target. Arbalist at your command.
Okay. Well, I suppose yeah, hold on. I suppose I could use Meve's ability there at the start.
Armor won't save him.
Yeah, hold on. Time to do this in a different way.
Arbalist to your command.
Three turns cooldown.
Armor won't say.
Lyria!
Nope. That didn't work. Alright. Back to the same old, right?
Give me a target.
So that's gonna be 20.
Arbalist to your command. Armor won't save him.
Yeah, again.
Armor won't save him.
No, hold on. Gonna try this again.
Give me a target. Arbalist to your command. Armor won't save.
Nope. So what other options do I have? I guess I need to weaken this one.
One bullet's all I need.
Alright, 9. Should have just used it the first turn. That would be 2.
Give me a target.
Yeah. Or I guess, hold on. Yeah, that could actually work. I mean, if I don't... Huh.
Give me a target. Arbalist at your command.
Well, ain't this a lovely situation?
Armor won't save them. Give me a target. Arbalist at your command. Armor won't save them.
Well, that was a lot simpler than what I was trying to do. Anyway. Which was ending in failure.
Then one day, gazing towards the horizon, the Queen spotted Lyrian banners whipping about in the wind.
At long last,
She said with a smile. Meve resolved to speak with the commander, one Baronet Eldar. It was the first time they met, and the youth very much impressed her. Yet instead of questioning Eldar about the foe's troop movements, Reynard took the conversation down a seemingly irrelevant path.
And how's your father, if I may ask? In good health, I hope?
Yes, though he still nurses that bump he suffered while hunting last winter. Yet he's not one to complain. I'll tell him you asked.
Irritated at the trivial nature of the conversation, Meve gave her horse a dose of her reins and cantered off. Once Eldar and his men were safely behind them, she took Reynard aside.
Reynard, this is no time for gossip and pleasantries. We are at war.
Yes, your majesty. And in such times, little should be taken at face value. Even a man's name.
Get to the point, Reynard.
Eldar's father died a month past. His son, I venture, should have known as much.
But that means... Oh, the bastard. Impeccable accent, though.
I fear he's rather representative of what we face. Nilfgaardian spies are ever well prepared.
Tell me, how did you know?
He wears no mourning on his armor. Were it not for that, I dare say I might never have guessed. What are your orders, your grace? To observe these Nilfgaardian mummers?
Assemble a force. Tell them to follow our new allies. Observe them closely.
Alright.
As you wish, your grace.
Reynard's scouts did as ordered, watching the false Lyrians while themselves remaining unseen. Soon after, a scout returned with news that the false Lyrians seemed headed for Rasberg, a castle several leagues to the north.
Alright then. Let's prevent that castle from becoming an issue.
House, barn, granary, blackclads burnt it.
begged him, milady. We offend their begged him, milady. On hands and knees. They just laugh.
Peasants will starve, I guess. Nilfgaard's brutal war against the north. Such is the nature of things. Alright. Now, at this estate, there is something in the corner. The chest. Bit of gold, can't hurt. Alright, extra movement. I dare say that I'd prefer to have a even faster movement than this. Even faster than what the game can give you. There is the castle. Where's the chest? Alright. It's a bit weird because this kind of style of gameplay would be suited for, I don't know, a handheld? But it's not on a handheld, if I'm not mistaken. Either way.
The false Lyrians approached Rasberg Castle. They sought to convince the defenders to open the gate. As their commanders negotiated with the commander on the ramparts, the remaining infiltrators crouched hidden behind a wall, awaiting the signal to rush forth.
Time for Baronet Elder to join his falsely claimed father,
muttered the Queen.
Follow me!
Indeed, a shortened battle then. Imperial ruse. I'd say... No. Yeah, Caldwell.
They found us! Say!
Nilfgaardians. Right. Left. Right.
Ha!
Ha! Edern Fiend!
Okay.
Can't take it anymore.
Arbalista, your command.
I need to deal with that.
Armor won't say.
Okay, that's a bad thing.
Alba!
Shouldn't be too big of an issue anyway. Oh.
El Herzer.
That hurt.
Lyria!
I'll play Caldwell.
Yes. Got any victuals? Hungry like a wolf, I am.
Excellent Zweifel! Ja. What?
Who dares?
One bullet's all I need.
Ha!
Not the most ideal way.
Elherzer! Company! Forward march!
Yes.
Should have listened to me, old lady.
Ha!
Off to the front yet again.
This harvest, we'll be reaping black-clad heads.
Quiet, or the Commissar will hear. Rah! Scheiß! In! Zwei!
Try again. Yeah, this will do.
They found us! Säger not to win! Very gloire!
Again and again and again.
I need to deal with that.
Nilfgaard!
Got any victuals? Hungry like a wolf, I am.
Army's a waste of time for one like me.
Alright.
Then retreat!
Arbalist at your command. Armor won't save them.
To the gloire!
Alright, I need to kill him.
Excellent, Seifel! Lyria!
Caldwell?
Elherzer!
A lesson in humility coming now.
One bullet's all I need. Give me a target.
Alright, need to deal with that Alba armored cavalry.
Yes.
For everything between it and the vital organs and the Temerian infantry.
Left, right, left, right.
Excellent, Seifel! For Rivia!
Company! Forward march!
My spirit's willing and how, but these damn boots are killing me.
Elherzer!
Aye.
Yes.
Should have listened to me, old lady.
to the front yet again.
Quiet, or the Commissar will hear.
Erigloa! Gloa en Kazer!
The castle is secure, Your Grace.
Alright. That worked. Close, but not close
The
enough.
Nilfgaardians found themselves in a clinch. As boiling oil and tar rained down on them from the walls, they attempted to retreat. Yet Meve's halberdiers cut off their path, and at the fight's end, Meve was victorious. The garrison commander now knelt by the body of the purported Baronet Eldar, in truth a Nilfgaardian spy. He shook his head in disbelief.
He addressed me by name. Knew our watchwords. Why, if you hadn't come along, Your Grace, I fear even to think on it.
Let this be a lesson, then. Trust no one, not a living soul.
Though victory was theirs, the Lyrians left Rasberg in mightily low spirits. They now knew well that Nilfgaard's spies were no less a threat than its heavy cavalry, than its war machines that spit fire.
Milady, if I may, the enemy yet lurks. You must bolster your force. You must incorporate a detachment from my unit. Oh, the times, the world, the day. Can't even tell friend from foe. Treachery round every corner. Black lads may have more mounts and machines, but they've no honour, not an ounce. Watch your back, man. Black lads may have more mounts and machines, but they've no honour, not an ounce.
That is absolutely true.
What the devil is going on? Where are our reinforcements? Why does Willem not ride out to face the foe, relieve besieged towns?
I can't say, Your Grace. We haven't had a single scroll from the Prince.
Gods be damned. I've the impression I'm alone in fighting the Blackclads.
Well, you and whatever garrisons decide to oppose them, but things are tricky, aren't they? Such is the nature of things. 2,500, okay. Hold on. There's some wood over there that I didn't pick up. The nature of war. Lyria. Yeah. Well, I need more gold regardless. I have 100 men. That's not too bad, is it? What's this?
Beware, my lady. Beware, my lady. Keep a keen watch.
Your Majesty.
We died, oh, we died.
Yeah, I don't care about the dialogue. I just want to see if I get anything from these guys. Because you can. Dravagrad's rescue. What's this?
Meve's retinue was riding through a narrow gully when a shrill cry cut the air.
And then in order!
The gully came alive, and soldiers in black armor rushed forth. A cry in turn went up and down Meve's ranks. Ambush!
Defensive formation!
101, 102, 103.
Pays late. Again.
Ha!
152, 154.
I'm a war sir.
Alba!
Left, right, left, right.
I'm guessing the recruit will be boosted, won't he? And these guys are nasty. Alright.
If you insist.
Again and again and again.
That's one. Now, who do I want? Odo. Well, he gave it a good shot.
Yep.
Didn't work, unfortunately.
Quiet, or the Commissar will hear.
Her Majesty knows what she's doing.
One vote I need. There's a time to reap, a time to sow, and a time to die.
Mm-hmm.
Brach! Scheiß! In! Zwei!
Army's a waste of time for one like me.
Yep.
Nice ambush,
Off to the
Nilfgaardian.
front yet again.
Left, right, left, right.
Alright. They're gonna be a problem, aren't they?
Commissar will hear.
Can't take it anymore.
My prescription, a bit of bloodletting. A highly curious case.
I want them taken alive! I need answers!
Yep.
After the skirmish, the Queen's troops brought several Nilfgaardian prisoners before her. Reynard, who had the best command of their mongrel tongue, interrogated. His first question? How many battalions were marching on Dravagrad?
Kes, Zagdran, Ep, Dravagrad, Ven.
The prisoners whispered feverishly, then one spoke on their behalf. They would answer no questions until the Queen pledged to free them in return. The Lyrian soldiers saw this as arrogance and said as much.
Conditions they're giving us now? Sons of whores! I say, we find a tree with a strong bough, several...
Ignoring the objections of her retinue, Meve pledged what the soldiers wished. They, in turn, admitted their commander had pushed forward ahead of the army's core force. He now awaited reinforcements that would let him take Dravagrad. The prisoners claimed these units would march through the village of Turnifan.
To lay there in ambush. Hold them. They could not join forces.
Reynard whispered, leaning in towards the Queen.
We would gain the advantage for the decisive battle.
Meve had obtained invaluable information, while the prisoners would gain their freedom. Or so it seemed at the time.
A word once given.
I would ask you to pledge to not reveal our position to your commanders,
said the Queen.
Yet so eager were you to share your army's secrets with me that your word is of no value. Leave my sight.
Once the Queen's words had been translated, the prisoners breathed a sigh of relief. Freed, they ran as fast as they could towards a wood, glancing back to make certain there was no pursuit. But Meve kept her promise.
Now, you have to understand this. Of all the things that you can sacrifice in this game, of all the decisions that you can make in this particular title, the one thing that you should generally throw first out the door is your soldiers' morale. Mostly because it generally doesn't matter. Oh yes, cards are weakened slightly, but most battles aren't that difficult.
Son, Your Majesty.
Even with basic
saw him
ticks.
walking along the road.
The only
He
difficult...
didn't slow, not one bit.
Yeah, the only difficult battle is the one at the very end of the game. The final battle, so to speak. Well, not the final, but the final in the sense the final boss battle.
I've named much. Black clap.
Thanks for the coin, bruh. Alright, I could upgrade it, but not now. Besides, the whole thing with trinkets, just, yeah, I'll get the decoy. Besides, morale restores itself after a particular battle, so it's just easy to sacrifice it versus gold or anything else. Get rid of that, and that should do. Yeah, I should switch that warhammer. Thing is, I'm getting used to it.
Again and again and again.
Caldwell.
An army's a waste of time for one like me.
Her Majesty knows what she's doing.
Left, right, left, right.
Got any victuals? Hungry like a wolf, I am.
Let me see. I'll play Caldwell. No reason to continue. Alright. Maybe I should have pulled back Otto. Yes, I can use the Wangenberg.
Again and again and again.
One boat's all I need.
Time I taught you some respect.
That's gonna be a bit of an issue. Oh. Isn't that a lovely affair?
Ours is not to reason why.
This harvest, we'll be reaping black-clad heads.
Well, it had more rot fiends than I could deal with. That's not a problem.
You can try to win them all, but you won't.
Alright.
An army's a waste of time for one like me.
My spirit's willing and how, but these damn boots are killing me. Give me a target.
Our ballista at your command.
Damage all units on this throw by 3. Alright, necrophages. The water hag is dead. No problem. Okay, Lyrian Merlet. More black lads than mosquitoes. On the side of the inn opposite the temple. Guessing somewhere here, I guess. I'll worry about it later. I'll be going there. I'll be going there anyway to deal with the strays that remain. What the flying fuck is going on here?
Meve and company passed by a village evidently pillaged by the Nilfgaardians. From afar they had heard cries, but as they drew near they recognized them not as cries of grief, but as cursing, cries of anger.
Give him a proper walloping, the scoundrel!
Mercy, good folk! I've done nothing wrong!
The villagers stood gathered near the hamlet's center, surrounding an elf, bloodied and cowering. Stones in hand, the peasants threatened and cursed him. The queen demanded an explanation. A ruddy-faced blacksmith stepped forth and spit.
A Nilfgaardian spy the Whoreson is, your majesty! He's the one brought him here to raise the village! He's gotta hang!
The other villagers agreed with the smith. The elf fell at the queen's feet and grovelled.
Have mercy, Dren. Save your loyal subject. They lie! They fault me only as I am an elf.
Whence this certainty of his guilt? Have you any proof?
Asked Meve.
Did anyone see him communing with the foe? Did he hold any coin with a foreign stamp?
The villagers eyed Meve angrily, their hands clenched into fists. Yet none dared utter a word in protest.
Know this. The Blackclads need no reason to pillage our homes. Now stand aside and let this wretch go.
The elf tearfully thanked the queen, then begged her not to leave him behind. Instead, he pleaded vehemently to join her retinue.
Your most noble grace, please, I beg you. As soon as you're gone, the Dwan will hang me from the nearest tree.
To stop a lynching was one thing. It was another to admit one of uncertain reputation into her ranks. So she denied the elf's request. Yet he sought still to persuade her.
Your grace, you know I shall surely die here should I remain.
Then pack your belongings and move on, sir,
said the queen, swatting aside the elf's hands raised in supplication.
No more can I do for you.
The elf was unhappy with the queen's decision, this was clear. But he had sense enough to keep his tongue. Soon after, he left the hamlet, a bundle on his back, barking dogs and peasant oaths at his heels.
I swear it, your majesty. The elf was scheming with the Blackclads. The gods be witnesses. I swear.
Yeah. Alright then. Some things to deal with over on that side. The city is there, but to get to it, you know, we just need to keep going forward. Well, I don't want to spend too much coin though on this. Alright, that will be useful. Alright, just gonna keep going. Dravagrad's rescue.
Meve's force made its way to the place the prisoners had indicated, a quaint village named Turnifan. And indeed, soon a cloud of dust appeared on the horizon. A large enemy force approached.
We await your order, Your Grace.
Reynard peered at Meve expectantly. Meve could not let this opportunity pass. The Nilfgaardians marched on, oblivious to the threat. As soon as they found themselves within range, she signaled her arbalists to loose their bolts, then led her cavalry in a charge.
At them! Follow me! Gee up!
Here we go. Capture 3 Imperial caravans. Alas, their celebration proved premature. Alright, gotta capture them. What should I do? Get rid of that. That will do to an extent.
At them! For Lyria!
You can try to win them all, but you won't.
Mm-hmm.
152, 154.
Yeah, gotta capture.
Scrubbing duty again? Oh, gods.
An army's a waste of time for one like me.
New orders? No? One bolt all I need. Then retreat!
Time I taught you some respect.
Left, right, left, right.
Of course, as you wish, master.
Again and again and again.
Ah!
Discipline shall bring us victory!
Army's a waste of time for one like me.
I'm coming. Can't take it anymore.
Armor ward, sir.
I obviously want to get the caravans on my side to be able to win this one.
At them! For Lyria!
Mm-hmm.
Give me a target.
Alright.
152, 154.
Arbalist at your command.
Ha!
Scrubbing duty again? Oh, gods.
New orders? No? Ah.
Again and again and again.
Ha!
I'm a monster.
Can't take it anymore. That was not in the spell books.
Ha!
All right. Damn it, Tom.
Quiet, or the commissar will hear.
Aye.
Crap.
Egreto dum anime est, spes est.
I'm coming, I'm coming.
My prescription, a bit of bloodletting.
Oh, Lyrian lummoxes.
Elherzer.
Hold on, I'm gonna lose this one. Yeah, I need to do this differently. Maybe more blitz cards. Or rather... yeah, that should be reasonable enough.
Lyria!
Again and again and again.
Must be an important lesson in this. But what? Can't take it anymore.
My spirit's willing and how, but these damn boots are killing me.
Hey!
101, 102, 103.
Give me a target.
152, 154.
An army's a waste of time for one like me.
Nilfgaard!
Discipline shall bring us victory!
Arbalist at your command.
Left, right, left, right.
Ha!
Of course, as you wish, master.
I'm a monster.
A lesson in humility coming now.
Ha!
Elherzer.
Brach! Scheiß! In Tank! One bolt I need. Yes.
Okay.
again and again and again.
My prescription, a bit of bloodletting.
Got any victuals? Hungry like a wolf, I am.
There's a time to reap, a time to sow, and a time to die.
Oh,
highly curious.
I'm gonna win that one.
Splendid! One last push now! Not a blackclad to remain within sight of Dravagrad!
Yeah, why not? Victory.
Thus Meve led her force to victory. Historians would later term this encounter the Battle of Turnifan. Those Nilfgaardians who survived it spoke of a terror on the field. A woman warrior in gilded armor spattered with blood, her blows so powerful as to pierce the heaviest breastplate, the thickest buckler. The Lyrians now set off toward Dravagrad, buoyed by the vision of their foe expecting reinforcements, friendly banners on the horizon, none of which would ever arrive.
The blackclads! That's out! Ha! Well, only one life to live. I'll march with you. Don your colour.
Alright. I need a bit more gold, or a lot more gold actually. About 1,000 or so should do. That's 100. Yeah, he'll receive what is owed, indeed. No compensation for you, mate. To be honest, I should probably pick up the treasures there. Might be some gold. Likely some gold, actually. I kinda need it. There we go. That should be it. Set in by the... Hold on. Let me see over here. Box on the side of the inn opposite the temple. Opposite the temple. A road. Over there, maybe? Hmm. Maybe there. Guess I'll see. Temple, temple, temple. Need not be a big one, mind you.
Remember this, Nilfgaardians. You'll not defeat the gods. They fear not your torches. They fear not your swords. Blaspheme. Curse. Remember this, Nilfgaardians. You'll not defeat the gods.
Some temple this must be. Or an inn. It's like an inn. That's what the note says. My ass.
A dark shadow suddenly cut across the sky. The Queen instinctively brought her shield up, convinced a Nilfgaardian catapult had lobbed a boulder their way. Yet when the boulder landed in the road ahead, it smashed into splinters and proved an empty barrel.
This is what they cast at us. Barrels. Is this some jest?
Well, they're not known for their sense of humor, the Nilfgaardians.
Meve stood in her stirrups, squinted, peered into the distance, and let out a hearty chortle. For the barrel had been loosed by neither catapult nor trebuchet, but by a rock troll consumed by fury. At what? A company of Nilfgaardian soldiers had pitched camp by the cave the troll called home.
Troll or non-troll?
said the Queen, drawing her sword.
None deserve to die at Nilfgaard's hands. Follow me!
Alright, let's fight this battle then. Win the battle while letting Shupe die or be captured.
Larum! Essayer Tuvin Avian!
For Shupe!
Protect the troll!
Got any victuals? Hungry like a wolf, I am.
Target acquired.
Arbalista, your command. Armor won't save him.
Ah! It's safe!
Your Grace, the troll, it's a bit unpredictable.
Gloire and Katza!
Lyria!
One bolt's all I need. Give me a target.
In retreat!
Again and again and again.
Used to be, I hunted game.
Okay.
Men bring more coin.
Army's a waste of time for one like me.
Mm-hmm.
Arbalista, your command.
Jericania, source of the best goods.
Alright.
I'm coming, I'm coming.
Left, right, left, right.
That will do.
This harvest will be reaping black-clad heads.
Ah!
Done. Victory.
Again and again and again.
Alright, barely.
Good do. Shupe help.
Yeah, close enough, I suppose. He wasn't captured or killed.
The Lyrians smashed the Nilfgaardian force. The troll, having grown suddenly pensive, gazed and picked at the invaders' corpses.
Clad in blacks, humans. No good humans.
Just so, Sir Troll. The Nilfgaardians are a devious lot. Our land they've attacked most treacherously.
Clad in blacks, humans hard. Why no good humans? Big lot armor. You got to. Try morsel of human, you wish?
Do you know to whom you speak? This is Her Majesty, your queen.
Greeting your queen. Shupe is me.
There, Reynard. I believe I can manage this. Say, Shupe, you've quite the stockpile of kegs. Do you engage in custom, perhaps?
No. Keg's good for smash when Shupe angry gets. But costume engaging. That what mean?
It means... well, to trade one thing for another. At a profit.
One thing for other. For glitterrocks, even.
Yes, if you play your cards right, you might just convince someone to pay you in rocks.
Cards, kegs, trade, glitterrocks. Oh, Shupe plan got. Shupe gotta go. Afore human go, Shupe human give. Your queen aid give, your queen aid get.
The troll turned on his heel and ran out of his cave, his destination known only to himself. As she moved to leave, a hunch told Meve the world would yet hear of this troll named Shupe.
Never seen so many armed men in me life. And each one in black plate and winged helm. Heard them Nilfgaardians got hearts. Reinforcements from the capital. Heard them Nilfgaardians got hearts of stone.
Why replay, you might ask? Simple enough, I suppose. Because I like the game, and I want to play it again. Alright, there's stuff over here. Nilfgaard's camp. There are plenty of treasures over here.
Look at the palisades. The machines of war, too many to count.
I cannot fathom it. Has Nilfgaard sent all its forces into Lyria?
No, your grace. But a single army.
Gods protect us.
The queen uttered a juicy curse. Dravagrad stood before them, Nilfgaardians all round it. 3, perhaps 4 battalions of armored infantry. Arbalists and cavalry behind them. Trebuchet volleys had punched holes in the walls, while battering rams had twisted the main gate open. Put elsewise, the city was mere moments from falling to the foe.
Doomed! We stand not a chance. Nilfgaard outnumbers us twofold. More!
Then our men must put double the spirit into the fight. Double the heart. Lyria!
Emboldened by their valiant queen and commander, the Lyrians charged headlong at Nilfgaard's lines into a hail of bolts and arrows.
Alright, Dravagrad. The Nilfgaardian soldiers were well equipped. Each wore heavy black plate, a helm topped to black wings, and wielded a tall Pavis shield emblazoned with the golden sun. The Lyrians, in their quittal jackets and light mail, appeared all the smaller and weaker by comparison. Yet they were to prove that the imposing Nilfgaardian armor was but a pretense of power.
Attack! Rid this city of all black-clad filth!
Your grace, I see the commander. We must train our efforts on him!
Gloire and Katza!
You can try to win them all, but you won't.
Trouver ni gloire!
Armor won't save him.
Alba!
Again and again and again.
Time I taught you some respect.
Can't take it anymore.
Ah!
Oh, Lyrian lummoxes.
Her Majesty knows what she's doing.
One bullet's all I need.
Ah!
Give me a target.
An army's a waste of time for one like me. Left, right, left, right.
Our ballista, your command. This harvest will be reaping black cloud heads. My spirit's willing and how, but these damn boots are killing me.
Alright, I need to restart this then. I want to kill him. It's not just a question of like, oh, do I care about winning? No, I legitimately want to take him down, basically. And there are ways, mind you. There are really good ways.
Attack! Rid this city of all black-clad filth!
Your Grace, I see the commander. We must train our efforts on him.
Ah!
Alba!
Got any victuals? Hungry like a wolf, I am.
Gloire!
Ah!
Trouver ni gloire!
left, right, left, right.
Our ballista, your command.
Again and again and again.
Armor won't save.
You can try to win them all, but you won't.
Her Majesty knows what she's doing.
Can't take it anymore.
They retreat! Your Majesty, the city's ours!
The Nilfgaardian army is defeated. Their commander is dead. That's just it. Of course, you can also fight the longbow.
Fled in panic, abandoning war machines, shields, and arms, even their wounded. The defenders rejoiced. They laughed boisterously, and cries of delight and chanting could be heard all around. "Warrior Queen," they shouted. "Meve, Meve, Meve."
Hear that, your grace.
I do. No sound rings more lovely to a ruler's ear. Yet rest on our laurels we cannot. Caldwell, the situation in the town, what can you tell me?
Wall breached. Thrice. 400 wounded, near 1,000 without roofs over their heads. All nothing compared to the grain stores. Went up in smoke during the siege. And it's some time yet afore the harvest. Your Grace. The war's just begun, I know. All coin should bolster the army, yet if we leave the folk of Dravagrad no gold, there will be hunger. With all the attendant discord.
The drought of 1258 I remember all too well. I saw famine, what it drives folk to do, the extremes. A strong army I need desperately, yet not at all costs. The townsfolk need gold to survive till the harvest. Count how much, then give it to the garrison commander.
As you command, Your Grace?
The battle we've won, there's just the war that remains. And Nilfgaard will strike again, doubt it not. We must move on. Caldwell, ride ahead to Lyria. My son must call a gathering of the Council of Peers. Tell him so. We'll have much to discuss. Reynard and I will follow with the troops. We shall seek out any Nilfgaardian stragglers, prevent them from rejoining the main force.
Meve's two adjutants bowed and left the Queen to think. She was hungry, sore from the fight, spent. Yet sensing her soldiers' eyes upon her, she set off for the stable, her gait brisk, her head held high.
Alright. Dravagrad. Well, we beat them. We beat them over there. Thankfully, I got, Alright, I should actually go back and deal with the, you know, what's in that camp. What remains, anyway. So much for the glorious Army Group East. Actually, Army Group East was the most successful of the armies. So the game makes a point that, oh, Meve is such a great leader, and that her victories is what, are what mobilize the North faction. The truth of the matter is, as formidable as Meve is, as viciously as she fought, she lost, canon-wise. Her army was defeated on the field of battle. Oh, she continued her guerrilla war, which is represented in this game, to be clear. I mean, you can argue, oh, they retconned the lore. Yes, they did. In that respect, at the very least, they did. I don't think it's necessarily too much of an issue. It certainly made things interesting. The real problem, as I see it, to be honest, was the fact that CDPR made it seem like what the Temerians had done, what John Natalis, what Foltest, what the vicious struggle, the main fight wasn't in Lyria, it wasn't in the East. The East was, shall we say, a sideshow in many respects. The main battle was in the center. And it was there that the Nilfgaardians and the Temerians fought brutal battles. I mean, Brenna was one in the middle. Sure, it took Redania's army and Kedwin's army, the Dun banner in particular, but still. Free spots near Spala, Scala, and Rivia. Enemy march to the capital temporarily halted by victory at Dravagrad. For further attacks expected in the future. Imperial forces simultaneously attacking Temerian allies. Enemy scouts seen surveying road to Edern. Imperial fleet movements near ports of Novigrad, Rovaghan, and Blaviken, so just attack on Redania also planned. All north is in danger. Indeed. Bit of gold. I dispatched the allies, huh? I mean, it's clear what's gonna happen, just, you know, if you pay attention to this. Was I surprised? I mean, to an extent it is surprising what does ultimately happen. But it's like, it doesn't completely come out of nowhere. The events that will come to pass. That do come to pass. Hold on.
Nilfgaardian boot. Thought 'twas certain as snow comes with winter. Kings and emperors fight. Leave the common. Your Majesty, you saved us, and not a moment too soon. From death.
Alright then. Bit of gold. Alright. Couple of 2 soldiers for all that gold. I'd say that's a worthy trade. More coin. I should probably keep at least 1,000 coin on my person all times. You never know when some expenses are gonna come.
Milady, a strange boat floated past. I thought it Imperial, but it flew not black sails. Milady, where's your... Milady, where's...
Alright, you gave me some gold. I really need to remember, where the hell did I meet the Skelligers?
Oh, the shop. Astrologers.
Astrologers.
Horns sounded. Meve recognized them at once as those of the Lyrian vanguard. She drew her sword and prepared to face the invader. Yet coming down upon her force were not Nilfgaardians, but bearded warriors clad in leather, horned helmets on their heads. This was not so. The Queen could not believe her eyes.
Skelligan raiders? This far inland?
But this was no time to be bewildered. Meve spurred her horse. It neighed and reared, and then the twain leapt into the fray.
They had to find some way to shoehorn Skellige into this game, to be honest. Namely the fact, yeah, eliminate Lippy, Goodrund. Could use that. Prefer going this way.
Gotta go!
Reynard, what the devil? Sea Raiders here!
Such is the way of things, I'm afraid.
Left, right, left, right. The gods are with us!
You can try to win them all, but you won't.
Let us put our steel to the test!
Give me a target.
We'll ransack your temples! Wipe ourselves on your vestments!
You can try to win them all, but you won't.
Holger Blackhand's taking on new swabbies. What do you say?
Should have listened to me old lady.
You've got stones, wench.
You want to pass, you gotta pay. Can't let you through elseways.
This harvest, we'll be reaping black-clad heads.
Gods are blowing fair winds the day.
Arbalista, your command.
Well, I needed more cards to deal, I'm afraid. Or rather, I needed more drummers to call in more cards to the battlefield. Yeah, that's not gonna be useful.
Gotta go!
Reynard, what the devil? Sea Raiders here!
The gods are with us!
This harvest, we'll be reaping black-clad heads.
Let us put our steel to the test! Again and again and again.
Can't take it anymore.
One boat, all I need.
We'll ransack your temples! Wipe ourselves on your vestments!
Army's a waste of time for one like me.
Holger Blackhand's taking on new swabbies. What do you say? pay's late. Again.
Give me a target.
All right. How unfortunate.
Discipline shall bring us victory!
Got any victuals? Hungry like a wolf, I am.
My spirit's willing and how, but these damn boots are killing me.
Oh, got a bad case of rower's back.
All right.
You've got stones, wench.
Left, right, left, right.
You've sailed into troubled waters, mate.
Arbalist at your command. Armor won't save them.
You wanna pass, you gotta pay. Can't let you through elseways.
Right, I would have hoped to destroy him, but I'll settle for a
The
regular
Skelligers
victory.
fought hard, fought bravely, brought mayhem. Yet the Queen's ordered, disciplined force won the day. The islanders seemed entirely undismayed at their defeat. A trait of theirs, I must admit, I've ever admired.
Well, you're right scrappy for landlubbers. Let me Goodman applaud you for your pluck, Queen. When we sup, me and the lads will drink your health.
That we shall yet see, sir. We must know something first. What brings you this far inland? What drove you from the sea?
Meve asked, crossing her arms.
Ha! What always drives us? Looting and pillaging. The coast's picked clean since long, so we set our longships up the Yaruga for gold and glory!
Amusing. I always assumed you to be honourable folk.
And who dares to claim elsewise?
Your very actions do so. You've attacked a land preoccupied, a land already at war with invaders, but I suppose it makes sense. You've ever feared to attack Imperials?
The Queen prodded gently.
What did you say, wench?
Goodmund had quickly turned red with rage.
I'll prove just how wrong you are, I will! Why, we'll be drinking mead from Nilfgaardian helmets for sundown! Follow me, lads!
Meve smiled as she watched the islanders gather their gear and prepare to march. She doubted not in the least that Goodmund would honor his pledge.
Indeed. Let him honor it. It will be to my benefit. I don't know, I think it would be interesting to see,
Here the damage seems not so great.
It appears Nilfgaard's not yet turned its forces towards the capital. We're likely to encounter no more than pathfinders and foragers.
So I hope.
I mean, it would be nice if they respected canon in the sense of the Lyrian army that being defeated on the field of battle by Nilfgaard, which is what happened, by the way. All right. Okay. One. Yep, that's all the secrets. There's nothing more here. There's still that treasure there. Oh, I forgot about these. One. I'll go grab them. Mm-hmm. Okay. Now I'm gonna check that fort. Though it's not like the rest of... Though it's not like Nilfgaard just took this without a fight, obviously. What do we have here?
The Nilfgaardian invasion necessitated certain steps. Meve had dispatched scrolls to her garrison commanders, based upon which they were to announce general musters. She'd hoped that by the time she reached Crydam, fresh recruits would be waiting to join her growing force. Alas, the commander of this fort, one Sergeant Griggs, had only bad news.
Your Majesty, I've not the numbers to man the walls even. The call to arms brings few new recruits and more men desert each day. Folk are terrified something awful. They don't believe in victory.
Since love of country seems insufficient motivation,
Meve said, standing up from behind the table.
We must make coins speak. Sergeant, announce that all new recruits will receive twice the usual soldier's pay.
Though costly, Meve's decision brought immediate results. Lured by the promise of gold, townsfolk in droves enlisted with the garrison. The Queen left Crydam poorer, but encouraged, as she had a stronger force in tow.
Nothing stirs a soldier's soul quite like coin. The clinkety-clink of gold.
Well, I guess it's the best option, isn't it? Or at least the one that will give you the most amount of soldiers. 250 for 10 soldiers though? Probably not worth it, honestly. In all frankness. Let's fight the golem. Okay. Eliminate all the foes. Ah, this will be fun. Not quite. Destroy the unit to the right and boost if it's an artifact, boost self. Okay.
You can try to win them all, but you won't.
Okay, hold on. I screwed up this already. I need to put the wagon first. Yep.
Got any victuals? Hungry like a wolf, I am.
One boat I need.
If the ring won't come off, just take the whole finger.
One man's battlefield is another man's ripe patch for harvest.
Give me a target. One boat I need.
We must trust each other.
You can try to win them all, but you won't.
a shame to let this body go waste. I only loot corpses. Sometimes they're quite fresh.
Give me a target.
Alright, golem defeated and treasure acquired. Bunch of runestones, some gold, all that. Not too shabby.
A contract on a monster. Interesting.
Alright, you know what? I'll deal with the contract. The manticore. There he is.
On their way to the capital, Meve and company happened one fine day upon a lone rider. Had I been at her side, I would immediately have recognized his passionate gaze and altogether chivalrous mien.
I'm just gonna say it outright. The narrator is Villain Threat. It's the banner he has in the credits or the ending of the game. And Ache of the Nell tried to kill him.
Identify yourself, sir, and your intent.
Ache of Denell I am dubbed, and my design I never conceal. The good book says the world is a garden which the gods once conferred upon man, and we men have this garden neglected. In consequence, all manner of filth has made its lair here. Drowners, ghouls, and other kobolds. I have sworn ne'er to rest until the day when, with the gods' help, I have rid the world of these beasts and pests. I wander all lands, seeking out evil and facing it in mortal combat.
Who do we spy? A knight errant?
Just as likely a madman. How goes your hunt? Caught the trail of any monster?
Monster? Too fair a term by far. An exceptionally vile worm has made its lair in nearby caverns. It is said to be the very distillation of filth. A slither in horror, a melange of the macabre. Its head, that of a wild cat of Ophir. Its maw full of spiked teeth. The wings of a bat it is said to have. The tail of a scorpion, and from it a thick venom drips. Learned men call this variety a manticore, or mardiacore.
Perhaps it will be most prudent, then, to send for a witcher.
A witcher? Soulless automatons they are, all, feeding on common folks' fears. What they demand gold to do, I perform without demand of any coin.
Sir Ache, far be it from me to discourage you. Your endeavor is noble, no doubt, but from what I have heard, manticores are exceedingly dangerous beasts.
To defeat this filth alone could be a difficult task, I'll not deny. Yet try it I must, for it is what I have sworn before the gods.
We shall help you find and fight the manticore, provided you then pledge to help us fight an even fiercer and filthier beast.
Of course, my lady. Yet what manner of horror is it? A viper? A griffin? A drake of some rare form?
Were it only. 'Tis a beast of 1,000 heads, covered in black armor, its fire consuming whole villages.
Noble lady. I know bestiaries only in parts, yet I've seen some of the world, and never have I heard of such a terror.
You need but look about you, and spot Nilfgaard's legions.
Devastating. But you must forgive me, Your Grace. This struggle between realms is not one to which I can lay a hand.
A manticore. How great is its appetite? How many men does it fell? In a moon, let us say.
It changes. At a time when the horror broods, it may be as many as 20.
I see. As now you must. Nilfgaard in my capital could mean as many as 20,000 felled. You live to fight evil, injustice, do you not? You can fight none greater than by doing so at my side.
The Manticore, Your Grace, must fall first. As to what happens later, I shall need to consult the good book and petition the gods.
Agreed, so be it. This monster, where lies its lair? Where does it prowl?
To the north, my queen. A few leagues on.
Alright then.
What?
I see you found the mess tent. How's the ale? Not too warm, I hope.
'Tis not for me to say, Your Majesty. My tankard holds but milk of the goat.
Milk? A witless prank. I shall tell the quartermaster at once what I think of such...
Unnecessary, Your Grace. I called for the beverage.
Is that so? Well then.
The good book states clearly, the shadow of spirits obscureth light most true, and leadeth thee from the path of virtue.
Right. I suppose there's something to it.
My soul sings to hear your affirmation, Your Grace. If ever you wish to discuss the good book and the wisdoms contained therein, hesitate not to find me.
Certainly, I shall remember that. Your crusade against monsters. Have you been at it long?
Come next Bellatane, it will be 20 years, Your Grace. Though, there was one extended interruption.
For what reason? Had you grown weary of the knight-errant's life?
Not in the least. Never shall I cease in my quest to cleanse the world of filth and abominations. But at times evil puts up rather a good fight. I ventured forth to slay a dragon once. A gold one, as it were. Calling itself Villa Tretormeft, or the like. Its very name, as is evident, a vile toil for the tongue and wafting wickedness. A great many mercenaries embarked on the hunt, lured by the promise of coin in heaps. The Crinford Reavers, Yarpen Zigrin, and a band of dwarves. Even, curse the word, a witcher. One Yennefer, the most lecherous sorceress at his side.
That name I've heard.
But at the for 2 years, I lay in the temple of Militile in Alander. Mother Neneke, God's protector, nursing me back to full health. And only when I could once more grip my sword did I return to the path I'd chosen.
And the dragon? What was its fate?
Some claim it flew off to Zerrikania, though it very well might yet lurk here, awaiting the opportune moment to terrorize the folk of the north again.
Farewell, Ake.
Well, there was your hint. Okay, there's still one more chest. I do apologize for skipping that dialogue. Still, Siegfried's father. What a pious, fanatical guy. Honestly, he's not too bad. Except he really despises monsters. And has no love for witchers. Outside of that, he's good as a person.
Not a scrap. Nothing to bury. Blood's all that's left behind. A whole village. Hallowed, mother. Hallowed, mother. Look upon these stricken souls.
'Tis in these ravines. The beast is near. I sense it.
At the furthest depth of the winding, gloomy canyon, scouts found the maw of a great cavern. Among the boulders outside it, whitening bones lay strewn. Ake dismounted and drew his blade.
By the god's grace, we've found the beast's lair,
he said, lifting his gaze to the heavens.
We need them but to extend their favor as we battle the filth.
Meve cast a critical eye at her shield. Wood clad in leather and thin plate. Enough to stop a sword, certainly, but would it protect her from a beast's raging blow? Noticing her hesitation, Reynard approached the Queen and said,
Your Grace, none will utter a disparaging word should you step back.
But they will think them,
replied Meve.
and that's bad enough. The war has begun. I can't appear weak to my fighting men.
Without awaiting an answer, Meve strode into the cave. The rest of the company followed, equally full of fear and faith in their queen and commander. Moments later, a great and powerful roar filled the cavern.
And I beheld the beast! Profane horns didst adorn his wicked brow!
Gods protect us.
Beware its claws! The hardest plate they shred like fine vellum!
Army's a waste of time for one like me.
Got any victuals? Hungry like a wolf, I am.
We must trust each other!
My spirit's willing and how, but these damn boots are killing me.
Beware! Its tail flows with deadly venom!
Arbalist at your command.
Keep that vile poison to yourself!
Alright. Keep going at it.
Left, right, left, right.
Armor won't say.
Yeah.
Again and again and again.
One bolt's all I need. Give me a target.
The unworthy shall be punished. We must thank the gods for this victory both great and just.
Indeed. Okay, a manticore is dead.
With ache at their side, the Lyrians felled the manticore. Later, it was said, the beast's dying wail, multiplied and strengthened as it passed through the caverns, could be heard as far as Spala.
Your Grace, many monarchs have I met in my time, yet none proved as virile in battle as did your Majesty.
Virile? I dislike the term. Seems not to suit a woman. I prefer valiant. Yet grateful I am for the compliment. Now pray reveal, have you made your decision? Will you swear to serve me? Are you prepared to take an oath?
I am not, Your Grace. I can serve only the gods. Yet, I do believe them to be on your side as one unjustly and treacherously attacked. Thus I see nothing wrong in assisting you.
Then I am content and welcome you in my ranks, Sir Ake of Dunel.
The knight-errant bowed low from the waist. So low, in fact, the gambeson neath his mail creaked. Meve could only hope he would battle Nilfgaardians as boldly as he faced beasts.
A true knight. Very few in these days. To be fair, I understand his dislike of Witchers, considering that he's doing something that they demand coin for, and meanwhile he's doing it for free. So it's understandable. It's one of the issues. It's certainly why the Order of the Flaming Rose has such potential. Of course, that all goes to shit at the end of the day. That's true. And I think canon-wise, Ake died here.
Your Grace?
Yep.
Farewell, Ake.
Farewell indeed. Alright.
The bandits had pitched camp in a nearby wood. Spirits buoyed by the wine they'd stolen from the cloister cellar, the brigands had not posted sentries.
Another round! To the sisters!
Meve's soldiers were eager, insistent. The desecrators would be punished. Yet only the Queen could order the assault.
High time we put these strays on a leash.
Spat the Queen, spurring her horse.
To arms! Follow me!
Tankards clattered to the ground as the strays reached for their weapons. The brigands would not even fathom giving up without a fight.
Alright. Perhaps I should have changed a couple of things, you know, put Ake on my actual deck and all that. But I can wait. Get rid of that. That's...
Surround them!
Again and again and again.
Looking to dance, mate?
Yeah, let me see what I should bring forward here.
Army's a waste of time for one like me.
That was one wagon. That's
what
the second.
You looking at? Pays late. Again.
Can't take it anymore.
Okay.
Hey?
Regroup!
Oh, bad.
One bolt all I need.
The mist's gonna pass me those lovely earrings? Or do I tear them off myself?
We must trust each other.
My spirit's willing and how, but these damn boots are killing me.
Ever have a stone knock out one of your teeth?
Give me a target.
Stick 'em up! High as the clouds! Now! You can pay the toll in one of two ways. In silver or in blood.
Cork it.
You must sweat like a swine in that jacket.
Gotta get our asses moving.
Our ballista, your command.
Have it the white of an eye from half a league away.
Armor won't stay.
Well, could have done that better too.
The Queen's company defeated the bandits and recovered the loot. Silver chalices, reliquaries lined with mother of pearl, gold-embroidered robes.
The priestesses would be grateful to have their treasures returned, Your Grace. They would pray ardently for your victory.
Reynard opined.
Yet, you could also keep the silver, expend it on the war effort. And who's to say which, prayer or coin, would be more useful?
Hard times the realm now endures.
The Queen said, after a pause.
Yet this can't justify a lapse in principles. No. We must defend them all the more.
Meve ordered everything returned to the priestesses. All of it, down to the last gulden. Moved by the Queen's gesture, some of the novitiates joined Meve's ranks, aiming to bring succor to any Lyrian wounded in battle. Queen and company rode off, with no gold to show for their toil, but most certainly richer in spirit.
Sure, you can bind a rabid dog, tie his four legs together, but you'll not stop him from lashing out and biting. Aroo! Aroo!
Your Grace?
Farewell.
Well, see, companions have like a reputation system, so Ake appreciates this one. There are certainly some moments which will cause them to leave, like certain decisions which will immediately cause them to leave, but for the most part, they do have a reputation system, I think. Get it too low, make decisions that they despise too much, and they will leave you. Make decisions that they like, and they will... you might even get the, plus version. I think there's even a plus version of their cards.
A dragon!
The reason behind that, the reason I didn't do that earlier is because Ake can, Ake approves, obviously, if you give these back to the priestesses. Honestly, I find the field medics to be a better choice anyway. So, this can be useful because you can decide which card is going to be played. And it's particularly useful, I think, with the deck I have. Human of battling monsters. I guess I'm stuck with using these two for a while. Alright. The capital lies over there, but there's other stuff to do in the meantime. Why not? A special card I have gained. Okay, I'm gonna keep going. Oh, so from the other side. Alright. More stuff to explore, more quests to do, than to reach the Lyrian capital. Very well, you can have it. Huh, benches in a tree. Ten recruits. All right. Yeah, there's something over there. All right, let's deal with these two quarreling fools.
As Meve and company traversed the ruddy meadows, strident voices reached their ears.
I beg your pardon. I've heard enough. A duel. I challenge you to a duel.
A duel? Nonsense. I'd sooner lay you across my lap and give your arse a thorough flailing, you scoundrel.
The Queen approached the arguing parties. Two nobles, Lords Cartwright and Mansfield. Quickly she ascertained they were up in arms over ownership of an orchard lying between their estates. Assisting both nobles, their kinsmen, armed to the teeth, prepared to leap at each other and crush heads. Upon spotting Meve, the lords lowered their voices, bowed and presented themselves. Yet they could not keep their ire fettered long, and were soon casting aspersions again.
Your Grace, Mansfield has seized it. No, stolen my land. Land that has been in my family for generations.
It is my recompense for your reckless deeds. To burn down me mill in Furchin for a bit of sawdust in your flour? Well, I never.
A bit? Oh, let me at him. Farmhands taken ill, cooks feverish, all from that manure. You are a fraud, sir. A fraud and a thief.
Though she faced the not at all trifling matter of the Nilfgaardian invasion, Meve agreed to settle the dispute. Reynard, who knew the history of every Lyrian and Rivian family 7 generations back, served as her advisor.
No doubt I would find for the Cartwrights. They are in the right here, as regards the title to the land. Yet your grace must consider, the Mansfields have ever served the crown and never delayed payment of tribute. Whereas the Cartwrights are litigious charlatans who owe the royal treasury thousands, many thousands.
The orchard must go to the vassal unburdened by debt. This is what I prefer,
said Meve.
Thus I declare it Mansfield's.
But the law clearly says...
I am the law, Cartwright.
Lord Cartwright moved to debate the matter further, but a snort from Reynard reminded him he stood before his liege. Mansfield, content, made an ample contribution to bolster Meve's force and the realm's defense.
Ha ha ha! So you see, my dear Cartwright, justice has been served. Ha ha ha! So you see, my dear Cartwright, justice has been...
Don't owe that to the government when you want the government to help you out. Just saying. A small problem, right?
Milady, something's wrong at Abbott's Ravine. I heard whinnies and screams at first. How all's gone? Why ever do night on? Why ever do the gods?
All right, I'm not taking that yet. There is a puzzle over there. A beast. Mm-hmm. Kill the wyvern. If there are no more cows left, lose the battle.
Can't take it anymore.
One boat's all I need. Give me a target.
Oh, what the? Wrong one. Damn it! I made a mistake over there. For some reason, I hit my. Anyway, I mean, this is easy. Just play the wagons.
Got any victuals? Hungry like a wolf, I am.
Arbalist at your command. Armor won't serve.
Mm-hmm.
We must trust each other.
There we go. For some reason, yeah, whatever. I guess it's because it's where the mouse is pointing. Alright, puzzle complete.
Well? Well? Well?
Are you adult boy or are you not? Anyway. What the hell? It just was weird. Bit of fortune. Doesn't hurt. It's the morale of the troops after all. Alright, keep going.
One of them golden stones belongs on the side of my own ship. Nilfgaardians make for good prisoners. Good. They got black shell. One of them.
Lots of folk moving about of late. Fairly. Is your majesty... Fair... Is your majesty...
We welcome you home, your majesty. Prince Willem awaits you at... Good you've... Prince Willem...
Home at last, your grace.
Mm-hmm. We shall not enjoy it long, I fear. Soon we must face the black-clads in the field.
Yet a moment's peace we will have. After that drubbing you gave them at Dravagrad, they'll wish to rethink their strategy.
Meve had ridden out of Lyria in early spring, her retinue modest, as none larger was needed for the brief summit of sovereigns. She returned now to her capital, at the head of an army that dragged behind it bandits and Nilfgaardian prisoners in chains. The whole city came out to greet her. Its traders, craftsfolk, priests. Also, her eldest son and heir, Prince Willem. A boy who, it seemed, might never be prepared to rule. Meve and Willem rode side by side past the cheering throngs, their faces frozen in regal smiles. It was not until they reached the castle stables that they found a corner in which to speak freely, candidly.
Welcome home, Mother. Content I am to see you, to be sure.
And I'm happy to see you. Though I dare say I'd have been much happier to witness you leading an army towards Dravagrad. Willem, I trusted you. Left the realm in your care.
Indeed. And I, in turn, did my utmost to choose the best course for...
Willem, don't be so damned courtly. There's no one else here. My son. Nilfgaard has invaded our home. We're at war. When rulers don't strive and don't choose, when rulers grab their swords and shields and ride out to defend their subjects.
You didn't let me finish.
All right. Say what you wanted to, please.
I feared I'd be hasty, Mother, and I didn't want to be. When we got word of the invasion, the lords convened at the castle. They demanded I hear them out. They wanted to give me counsel. If I'd rushed into the field to confront the foe, I'd have been half blind to the situation, not known all the options I had at my disposal.
A ruler never knows all the options. Yet he must decide and act nonetheless. I need to prepare. I'll see you at the Council of Peers.
And indeed she did, when the peers convened in the throne room. Surrounded by animal hides and Zerrikanian tapestries, the lords stood in tense silence, awaiting the queen. When her figure filled the doorway, they fawningly prostrated themselves.
We've myriad matters to resolve, so I trust you're well rested. Whatever the case, I've no doubt we shall meet the dawn afore we're done. Firstly, we must ask assistance. Pen a letter to King Demavend. Scribe, take this down. Dear... What? Uncle? Cousin? Blast. Again. I, Meve, By the God's grace, sovereign of Rivia and...
Your Grace. Mother. The peers and I, we've come to propose another solution.
Yes? Out with it.
We wish to acknowledge Nilfgaard's authority. Pledge fealty to the Emperor.
I beg your pardon.
The black-clad hordes outnumber our forces manyfold, and they're far better equipped. We stand not the slightest chance against them in open.
You will not lecture me about Nilfgaard's army, my son. All you know of them you garnered from coloured renderings, whereas I faced them at Dravagrad. I faced them and crushed them.
But your grace, the losses. For this fleeting victory in which you delight, how many of your subjects had to perish? Bend a knee afore the Emperor, and you shall spare thousands.
Nay, never! Understood, Caldwell? Not ever!
I'd hoped to persuade you, but it seems I've failed. Nonetheless, the die's been cast. We've signed the accord with Nilfgaard. Our noble lords stand with me.
The blood left Meve's face. She had realized her son, who had ever professed to detest politics and shirked his duties as crown prince, had just stabbed her in the back, as had her entire court.
What is this? Treason to my eyes! The gallows is what awaits you!
Willem rules Lyria now. And should you not acquiesce and approve the accord, I fear only you, milady, shall have the pleasure to meet the hangman.
Don't get ahead of yourself, Caldwell. My mother will not be harmed. Not one hair on her head. Understood? Confine the Queen to the tower.
You err deeply, my son.
The Queen was confined to a cell. Gilded armor she had traded for a simple robe. A courtly retinue for a swarm of rats. She was the very picture of misery. At the window of her cell, gripping the bars, Meve stood powerless, her anger so great she wept and wailed. Her Lyria was free no more.
Have I come at a bad time?
Demons take you, Caldwell. You've long been at this scheme, haven't you? You left the strays of Sparla to roam the realm, to forage, so that I would have to look to them. And thus gained your cohorts the time they needed to complete Lyria's sail to Nilfgaard.
You've seen through it all, that's clear. After the fact, of course. But still, I'm not nearly the poor strategist you thought me.
Willem, you turned him. How?
The boy's not fit to wear the crown. Hasn't sufficient wit nor valor. I know this. You know this. Just, he knows it not. Willem fancied himself a statesman. Wished terribly to prove he was one. I made it possible. I've been amply rewarded, I have. Palatine since just yesterday, in fact.
You'll have neither my blessing nor congratulations. Sorry to disappoint you.
I seek neither. I've come for another reason. To bid you adieu. Willem does not seek your death. Does not even fathom it, as you well know. Moreover, his resolve will wilt in time, and he'll wish to free you. So, come the morn, when the young king rides out to pledge fealty afore General Ep Dahi, you shall use your bed linens to hang yourself.
I see. You wish to see me bow afore you, lie prostrate, beg you for mercy. Plough yourself with a pike, Caldwell. And you needn't send your thugs. I'll not falter nor hesitate. I'll take my own life.
Adieu, your grace. And use your last evening wisely.
Meve felt a rush of despair, yet bit her lip to mute any weeping. No, she would not give Caldwell the satisfaction. Morning arrived with the sound of footsteps in the corridor. Meve rose from her cot and stood in the center of her cell. She was prepared for anything. Well, nearly anything.
The Duke of Dogs.
Titles seem senseless under the circumstances, don't you think? Let's forgo them. I'm Gascon,
Has Caldwell sent you? To kill me?
A no and a no. Actually, you're free.
How shall I put this? That cad, Count Caldwell, used yours truly and the strays as bait in a scheme aimed at kicking your shapely backside off your throne.
Now, I'm hardly vindictive. First to forgive, in fact. Take your threat to send me to the gallows. Forgotten already. Yet being played for a fool, I cannot abide.
So when the strays freed me, I knew what I'd do to spite the Count afore I disappeared. I'd free you. That's to say, on one condition. You've got to request it of me, my lady. Courteously.
Go fuck yourself.
Never. I'd rather die in this cell.
Steadfast as ever. Even with death hanging over you. Calling me impressed, I must admit. Call it my loss, then. You are free.
And grateful. Now please let me pass. I must get to the city jail at once.
Would you look at this woman? Free her from one prison, she flies off to the next.
They hold Reynard there. And if I've any ally left, anyone who's not betrayed me, it's him. I must get him out.
Hold, my lady. Unarmed? Alone?
Have I any other option?
In a sense. See, they locked a few strays in the city pits, too. Got a common cause, I'd say. Care to join forces?
The Queen took Gascon up on his offer. Then she, Gascon, and the strays snuck through the city to its dungeon. Reynard had not wavered for a moment in his devotion to the Queen. Never the slouch, he had also not lost any time.
I've inquired among the other arrested soldiers. Many are prepared to fight, even die at your side, your grace.
Seems they may yet get their chance. But now we must flee. All of us.
Yet in leaving the jail, the company ran into trouble. When Caldwell's cutthroats had failed to find Meve in her cell waiting for her secret execution, they had informed the Count. He, in turn, dispatched patrols into the streets. The Queen and her cohorts ran into one such unit.
Blast. We shan't outrun them. To arms!
Alright, we got the fight on our hands. Story battle, find an escape route, and thus Lyrian stood against Lyrian. At first, Meve fought only to stun, to wound, not kill. Yet she quickly realized the soldiers opposite her held no such reservations. These men, who had saluted her but a few days before, and whose faces she knew well, would pull no punches, soften no blows. Meve had no choice but to follow suit. We have a battle. I wonder why Lyria, why there's like a broken sword over there.
Gascon? Bloody hell, where'd he get to?
He's abandoned you, Meve.
Your Grace, we must make haste. Caldwell's roused the whole city by now.
Should have listened to me, old lady.
Don't like this.
Yeah.
This harvest will be reaping black-clad heads.
Cursed traitors.
Yeah. My spirit's willing and how, but these damn...
Didn't think I'd leave you just like that, did you?
Honestly, I did.
An army's a waste of time for one like me.
Thing about slings, they hide well.
Sod it. Sod it all.
Lyria!
Don't like this.
Yeah.
Your Grace, what guarantee do we have that they won't stab us in the back?
I smell a leak.
Left, right, left, right.
Hey!
Oh, Lady Margarita told us of this.
Cursed traitors.
The chase is on!
Again and again and again.
You mad? Don't shake that!
I'll relieve you of that pouch.
Alright. I should be able to win.
One bolt's all I need.
Damn it all. So many cards.
Army's a waste of time for one like me.
There's a time to reap, a time to sow.
Alright, boost. Let's get out of here.
I thank you, Gascon. You and your men, for your aid.
'Tis now, my lady. Strays never say no to a proper brawl.
No brawl this was. Sun rising against Mother. Lyrian striking at Lyrian. I fear a blood war's begun.
Come now. Seems to me the war's ended. Your realm's lost to Nilfgaard. You've no army to speak of.
Then I shall assemble a new one. And with it have Caldwell hanged, and drive Nilfgaard back across the Yaruga.
You're mad. How will you find the men? Riding from hamlet to hamlet, speaking from atop a crate?
No. I shall find them in Edern. I've a favour to call in with King Demavend, and I'll sway volunteers to my cause on the way.
Well, you've your first willing warriors already.
How so?
We've nothing left in Lyria. Our hideouts are compromised, Caldwell's sure to set a price on our heads, and Nilfgaardians roam the land in numbers. Besides, I'll be right tickled to see proud Queen Meve fighting elbow to elbow with a bandit she'd wish to hang just a half day afore.
Well, it is said my foe's foe is my friend, and I'd be a fool to turn down assistance now, no matter who offers. So be it.
Alright, so I got the Strays army. Stray bomber, stray infiltrator, Gascon, cavalry, alchemy.
Very high-minded of you, my lady. So, shall we shake on't? Nay? Well then, the high road beckons. Though first we must escape the city with our lives. Follow me.
Lyria was hers no more. Meve now had to flee her capital and realm as quickly as she could. Wont to travel the city streets in a gilded carriage, the Queen now saw them from a slightly different vantage point.
Ugh. Is this the only way? Are you quite certain? The Queen
is a common fugitive now, so she'd do better to pinch her nose and whinge not at all.
At long last, Meve reached the gate. Yet this she found shut tight, locked and guarded.
Gods be damned.
Easy, your grace. Nothing we can't solve with a quiver full of quarrels.
Those are our men.
They were, Reynard, were.
Gascon's raiders were poised to loose their boats, but were thwarted when the Queen stepped out in front of them.
What she... Your Majesty? I've orders to arrest your grace.
Place me in irons, then.
Please understand, I haven't a choice.
Fear not. You'll be rewarded by Caldwell in Nilfgaardian Florens.
The captain's head dropped. His cheeks burned crimson.
Go, your grace. Flee now, but only to return.
Remember this, Gascon. I'm no fugitive. I'm a queen, robbed of her rightful crown. And though I may need to venture to the world's end before I return, I shall have it back.
How interesting. Well, she would certainly venture into the darkest
Having
pits.
fled Lyria, Queen Meve ventured into Edern, her old friend Reynard and new ally Gascon at her side. The war had bitten into this land too. Still, Meve hoped to sway King Demavend to her cause, and with his aid, to oust the traitors, retake her throne, and drive the Nilfgaardian invader from her realm. Yet to start, she was forced to fight, Scoia'tael no less. Emerging from a wood, Meve's retinue encountered a unit of elven rebels just moments from hanging a handful of prisoners. Among the latter, the Queen spotted a woman, a proud warrior with a striking, thick black braid.
The lass I believe I know.
Well, unless we rush to her rescue, it'll soon be you knew her.
Alright then.
Well said. Lyrians, attack!
Thus we fight. Scoia'tael. Do not let Black Rayla die. Okay, extra cards, special rules, that kind of stuff. Why not?
Hang the butcher! Valoa!
She can't breathe, your grace. We must rush to her aid.
Have it the white of an eye from half a league away.
I shall not fail!
Nay, Duan vacamus.
Free the warrior!
Again and again and again.
None shall tread on us!
The elves! Scatter them! They block our path!
Alright, I need 2 slinger units at least to do this. So that's what I'm gonna... There we go. Simple.
Hang the butcher! Valoa!
She can't breathe, your grace. We must rush to her aid.
Thing about slings, they hide well.
Mm-hmm.
Hey?
Now we will see who is weak!
Don't worry about that. Alright.
The Scoia'tael warriors shocked the Queen with their speed, their cunning, and their cruelty. Yet in the end, the Lyrians prevailed. When the last elf hit the ground, the Queen had her men untie those they'd sought to hang.
1,000 thanks, Your Grace. Heard many tales of your valor. Pleased to see there weren't just flattery and propaganda.
Black Rayla. Hagar, we saw you there. You command King Demoven's special forces.
That's right. Though not many remain to command.
So I see. How did it come to this?
My liege sent me to wipe out a Scoia'tael band, led by a rat called Eldane. Followed the vermin's tracks for several days. Straight into his trap, turned out.
Hunting elves in the woods. Truly inspired, I must say.
Had no choice. Doing nothing would have brought us surer, swifter doom. The Black Clad have invaded Edern. Thanks to elven aid. They snap our supply lines, lurk like dogs, prey on vulnerable units and scouts.
You mean to say Nilfgaard's broken your defenses?
Aye. Though their march will soon halt, believe me. To advance, they'll have to take Rasberg, a stronghold that's yet to fall once. They'll break against its walls like waves upon the rocks.
Rayla, the black swarm I have beheld. Endless lines of infantrymen, countless riders, war machines capable of crushing the hardest stone to gravel.
Your meaning, my lady?
That we must prepare for the worst.
I'll convey your grace's words to the king at the first occasion.
I'd rather hope to convey them myself. I have come to Edern seeking aid. I wish to ask Demoven for support.
The king is in Rasberg, overseeing siege preparations. I'm heading that way too to report on our skirmish with the Scoia'tael. I might serve as your guide. These lands I know better than any.
Excellent. Guide on.
Alright, I need to get rid of some units at any rate. Yeah, I'll get rid of these. Maybe keep the strays. Yep, there we go. It will take some time for me to remake my army, so to speak. Yeah. Until then, I'll keep using the Lyrian scythes, the slingers, the cavalry, and all that kind of stuff. They'll have to do for a while. I just simply don't have the resources to record the numbers that I need of the units that I want. Besides, as great as the Arbalists are, I can make do with some others. I could go with them. Yeah, I'll stick with this.
How fare you, Rayla? The quartermaster, did he assign you a tent?
He tried.
Oh, and?
I refused it. Best to sleep beneath the stars. Little chance of a foe catching you off guard.
Rain accepted, perhaps?
I'm not made of sugar, ma'am. I'm not gonna melt.
One sees very few women in the ranks, let alone in the special forces. How did you come to join?
On merit. Proved I'd be of use.
Yes, well, naturally. But how exactly?
I was 15 when I went to enlist. But the sergeant in charge of signing folk up told me to scurry on home. So I proposed a wager. Arm wrestling. If I won, he'd let me join. If I lost, I'd pay him 100 crowns.
And that kind of coin? You had it?
No. So I had to win. As we sat down at the table, across from each other, he laughed and rolled up his sleeve. When it was over, all around us were laughing at him. Then I just followed orders. Did so well enough to draw the king's attention.
I must go. We'll speak later. So, Gascon, the soldier's life. Does it suit you?
About the same as the bandit's life did.
I beg your pardon?
The tents are cold, the food's shite. On the plus side, plenty to drink, most days. A skirmish here, a scuffle there. Nilfgaardians one day, elves the next, and whoever we rout, we rob of what they've got.
Requisition, you mean? Fully in accordance with the laws of war.
Oh, please. Save your excuses for your father confessor.
The Duke of Dogs. Whence the name?
Not certain I should tell you. It's a personal story, somewhat.
I insist.
So, thing is, I'm a werewolf of sorts.
Did I hear werewolf?
Of sorts. You see, when the full moon glows in the night sky, I transform into a creature that's half man, half dachshund. And then all the other hounds of the night hearken to my command.
Oh, forget I asked.
With pleasure.
I can't stop wondering. How did your strays break into the tower in Lyria?
They exploited its chief weakness.
What weakness is that? I oversaw its construction myself. Walls 5 feet thick, bars and grates of the sturdiest iron.
All tremendous, I'm sure. But how much do you pay the guards?
What? I don't know. The garrison's commander is in charge of that.
Let me tell you then. Not much, Meve. Not much at all. From atop a throne, it's hard to spot the little things. Example, a guard hard up for coin, or one with ambitions. But seeing that's second nature to even the most ordinary bandit. Take any castle door. To open it, to open all, one needs but a pouch of gold.
It's time I attended to other matters. Farewell.
Yes, Your Grace?
How has it come to this? I, Queen Meve of Lyria and Rivia, must prowl about the underbrush like a common bandit. And you, General Reynard Odo, once proud commander of 4 elite regiments of footmen, now lead a gang of deserters, bandits and scythe-wielding peasants.
I do so proudly, Your Grace.
You must be joking, Reynard.
Your Majesty, under your husband I served 10 years. Under you another 8. And never in that time did I fight for a more worthy cause. We seek not to grab land, or stifle a peasant revolt. We fight for all the North. For our freedom, that of others. And you alone didn't give up. Didn't even consider bending the knee before Nilfgaard.
Yes, all true. Yet look where it's brought me.
Your struggle has but begun, Your Grace. And I will do all in my power to see you triumph in the end.
I cannot forgive myself one thing. That I failed to see through Caldwell's schemes. He must have plotted treason for months, years even. Yet I suspected nothing.
Don't be too hard on yourself, Your Grace.
Easily said. Ugh, if I'd only realized it in time.
Nilfgaard would have found a different traitor, or sent an assassin north. It was unavoidable what happened. The Blackclads would have attacked in any case, and we'd have stood no chance to defeat the foe in open battle, repel him, drive him out.
So, had you been there when the peers assembled, you also would have voted to bend the knee?
No. My honor would never have allowed it. I'd have thrown myself into the fire, and probably died a fool for it. As matters stand, I still have a chance to thwart the invader, his intentions. It seems, in a twisted turn of fate, I should be grateful to Caldwell.
It's time I attended to other matters.
Your Grace, how fortunate you're here. Behold what wickedness is afoot.
I'm trying to behold Sir Ake, yet I cannot be sure what.
Reynard and Gascon, my lady. Caught in the act of playing face cards.
Oh, that. Indeed they are. Good.
Good? Games of chance, good. Why, they are evil's very claws. Corrupting, tearing at the soul, seeping venom into the heart.
I wouldn't worry about Reynard's heart, Sir Ake. As for Gascon's, too late already, I fear. Besides, they're getting along, that's what matters. If cards do the trick, so be it. Does the good book contain an answer to every question?
Each and every query. Without exception.
What does it prescribe a mother betrayed by her son? Tender forgiveness or unflinching firmness?
A moment while I ponder. There's a verse in chapter 2. A child who doth with waywardness defy his mother and father, deserveth discipline most severe. Strike him thus heartily, unless thine heart stilleth thy hand.
But one could interpret that any way one wishes.
To thine own self be judge and ruler, spoke the prophet Lebioda. For thou alone shalt answer for thine deeds before thee.
There's a certain wisdom to those words.
Yes, your majesty. One need but gaze deeply into the verses, and oneself.
Farewell, Ake.
Such the way of things.
Hey, ho!
Yep.
It's time I...
Gascon. There is no other queen of the north, just pointing that one out. Okay, what I need though, more so than anything else at the moment, is probably that. But it can wait. I need money for the Forger's Quarters rank 2 and for the Herald Study probably eventually. Not now, not necessarily at the moment, but still I'll need them. Okay. So, I'm done with Lyria. That was interesting. Edern, a different pot altogether. This time around, so this was the chief reason I decided to replay the game, honestly, and to do another playthrough of it. There are certain decisions that I made that I'm unhappy of their outcome. Specifically the fact I lost Rayla. I lost Ake. So this is like what you'd call the perfect playthrough. And as much as I can, as much as I can stomach making certain decisions, that is. That's the thing, I don't particularly like what Rayla wants to do, but I think the game's more interesting if you have her with you. I mean, she's more militant than Roach is. That's the issue. I guess she's the representation.
Gods. The entire country up in flames.
Ebdahi warned punishment awaited Edern, that he would show the land no mercy.
What in God's names did you do to him, Rayla?
Nilfgaard offered us an alliance against the rest of the north, but Demoven declined, in his clipped soldier's speech. They say Ebdahi flew into a rage and swore he'd reduce Edern to rubble.
I guess they're busily working on that one. Aren't they? Alright. Monsters? Okay, yeah. Makes sense. Standard battle with not a living soul. So I guess this one was destroyed by the ghouls. Force these enemies to duel one another. Yep, I'll use this.
An army's a waste of time for one like me. Left, right, left, right.
Ever have a stone knock out one of your teeth?
I guess I'll see that with the enemy. Okay, that's bad.
Have it the white of an eye from half a league away.
I'll fight to my last breath.
Again and again and again.
Bigger they are, easier they are to target.
Discipline shall bring us victory!
Aye. Coin never stinks, no matter how rank the pouch.
Gotta get our asses moving.
Okay.
Hey?
That should do. Very nicely. I think yeah, I'll use Rayla.
For Demavend!
Mm-hmm. She really hates the Squirtle.
I fear not, for faith guides me.
That will do. I think. I need Aratu's apprentice, by the way. It really stacks very nicely with the Lyrian Scythes. I very much doubt they're capable of beating me at this point. So many monsters. That's done. Another great victory. I'm actually learning to like the Warhammer that you can get. I mean, the best cards aren't necessarily the ones that do damage to the enemy. So, into Edern. Plenty of stuff to do over here, plenty of things. Alright, so, is the game good? Yes, very good. Indeed, it's got a better story than the Witcher 3 vanilla. I'll make a review on this, actually. I think that's enough, really, for the time being. I'll probably play this over the next week or so, do one zone per day or something like that. Seems reasonable, or maybe 2 days, depending on the length of the zone. I mean, this is a lot longer, I think, than I think that each zone is about the same length, but some are much longer than others, anger and that kind of stuff. So yeah. Costin's here signing out. Thank you all for watching. Stay tuned for more. I'm probably gonna do a review of this game. I think it's time to talk about that in a video, but yeah, I'm just gonna say this. This game is worth playing. Or rather, it's worth playing because the story is fucking phenomenal. That's where I stand on it. It does start off slow, and it does have a lot of grinding to it, but it's a really good story. Arguably one of the best that we've seen in a Witcher title.